Nestled in the Cotswolds of Gloucestershire, Stroud is a quaint market town celebrated for its vibrant art scene, eco-friendly ethos and historic charm. Its streets bustle with independent shops, cosy cafes and traditional pubs, embodying a commitment to local enterprise. Surrounded by lush countryside, Stroud offers ample opportunities for outdoor adventures, from scenic walks along the Cotswold Way to exploring the Slade Valley, immortalised by author Laurie Lee. With its rich heritage and progressive spirit, Stroud captivates visitors with its unique blend of rural allure and cultural vitality. Remembrance Sunday in the UK is a solemn occasion, held on the second Sunday in November, dedicated to honouring the sacrifices of British and Commonwealth military personnel who lost their lives in conflicts past and present. It was on this Sunday, the 12th of November 1989, when the Stroud Fire Brigade were notified of a blaze at a holiday cottage located in Rodborough, less than 2 miles south of Stroud. Firefighters swiftly travelled to the cottage and successfully extinguished the inferno. To their horror, in a bedroom, they discovered the lifeless body of a woman lying in the ashes. Gloucestershire Constabulary were swift in identifying the woman as 43-year-old Carmel Gamble, who owned the cottage. Initially, it was assumed that Carmel had died due to smoke inhalation or severe burns. However, it was discovered that this was not the case, and she had in fact been violently murdered. Her body had been mutilated, and stacks of clothing were ignited using paraffin. The pathologist who conducted the post-mortem concluded that Carmel had died from a badly fractured skull caused by multiple blows to the head. Carmel O'Donnell was born and raised in Stroud, and also married her husband, David Gamble, who was a computer executive in the town in 1973. The couple lived in a flat on Church Road in Wimbledon, London, and together they purchased a holiday cottage located at the Boulevard, Walkley Hill, in the village of Rodborough. Media reports from 1989 and onwards stated that the couple did not have any children. Carmel was described as an intelligent woman who wanted to be close with other people, but was very much a loner who spent a lot of her free time thumbing through the pages of books at her local library. In November of 1989, Carmel spent time alone at the cottage whilst her husband, David, who at this point was stated to have been a composer, worked in the City of London. Carmel Gamble had been living for 15 years with an eating disorder, specifically anorexia nervosa. She had been regularly receiving treatment for the condition at St George's Hospital in London, where her doctor observed that due to her chronic anorexia, she experienced a state of continuous or semi-starvation, which manifested in heightened alertness, excessive activity, restless sleep patterns, frequent irritability, and challenges in relaxing. Carmel, who in 1989 weighed less than 5 stone, governed her life by strict routines, valuing order and meticulous organisation, which provided her with a profound sense of control, as noted by her doctor. Despite experiencing frequent hunger, she adhered strictly to consuming only safe, non-fattening foods, such as carrots and other vegetables. However, she did occasionally allow herself a treat of fruit gums after meals, though she exhibited a particular pattern of consumption, limiting herself to a few gums of the same colour, typically 3 at a time. Her doctor further disclosed that she preferred shopping in the evenings, partly due to the approaching dusk, which often left Carmel feeling lonely and apprehensive about the night. Additionally, she found solace in the dimming light, feeling less self-conscious about her appearance as darkness descended. In Wimbledon, she frequented local shops and boutiques. Prior to her murder, she had recently visited a boutique to purchase a top, leaving a £5 deposit with the shopkeeper, mentioning an upcoming trip where she would be absent from normality for a couple of weeks. In October of 1989, she departed Wimbledon to return to the holiday cottage in Rodborough, intending to spend a few weeks by herself while her husband remained in London for work. Despite their physical separation, they had scheduled specific times to communicate via telephone, utilising a public phone box situated outside the cottage. Witness testimonies reconstructed Carmel's movements in the hours and days leading up to her death. On Thursday, November 9th, 1989, at approximately 5:30 p.m, Carmel was seen entering a Rumbelows shop in the centre of Stroud alongside an unidentified man. Descriptions of the man indicated he was a white male, approximately 45 years old, standing at 5 feet 4 inches tall with a slim frame, dark brown unkempt shoulder-length hair, intense eyes, and dressed in a light grey herringbone jacket with a dark grey pullover. The Rumbelows shop assistant who witnessed Carmel with the man noted that as she approached the pair, the man promptly departed. In 1996, a woman came forward with additional information regarding seeing Carmel with the man, expressing her inability to sleep due to what she knew. Police emphasised their belief that someone had knowledge of the man's identity. Police had interviewed David Gamble, however he was cleared of any involvement, having had a solid alibi being away for work in London. Further witness statements placed Carmel at So-and-So, a haberdashery in the town, near to closing time at 4:30 p.m. on Saturday the 11th of November, where she bought 6 buttons. In an interview with BBC's Crime Watch, the shopkeeper stated that Carmel only ever went shopping alone or with her husband. She was a regular customer to the haberdashery and was said to have been quiet and tended to pay with cash or by cheque. At 5:30 p.m, she was spotted in health and beauty retailer Boots on the High Street, where she made additional purchases. The manageress recalled Carmel distinctly, as she had to delay closing until after assisting her at the checkout. This manageress at Boots is the final known individual to have seen Carmel Gamble alive. Investigators are unable to confirm how Carmel travelled back to the cottage that evening. It was theorised that perhaps she took a taxi from the Stroud town centre or walked the nearly 2-mile distance back to the cottage, which her loved ones believed to be entirely plausible and something she certainly would have done. It was at approximately 8 a.m. the following morning, on Remembrance Sunday, a Stroud local noticed an unfamiliar individual inside the phone box adjacent to Carmel's cottage, with the door to the phone box slightly ajar. Shortly thereafter, smoke emanated from her residence, prompting the fire brigade to be alerted at 8:20 a.m. While it was initially considered that the individual in the phone box across from Carmel's cottage might not be linked to her murder, the police expressed interest in locating them due to the close proximity of the phone box to her residence and the swift detection of the fire shortly thereafter. This person attracted attention as they were seen wearing a long woolen hat. It was observed that the fire brigade received notification of the fire from an unidentified male caller who dialed 999 from the phone box opposite her cottage. During the investigation into her murder, the police highlighted their efforts to locate a man with a soft Irish accent. It was discovered that Carmel's woolen coat was missing, with some suggesting that the perpetrator likely took it as a means to cover up possible bloodstains on their clothes. Investigators released an e-fit of the potential suspect in the hopes of identifying him. However, their efforts were unfortunately fruitless. Furthermore, despite combing the cottage and surrounding areas, the murder weapon or weapons were never found. Subsequently, during a later appeal, the police sought to identify a man observed sitting on a bench a few yards from Carmel's cottage holding a white plastic bag. At approximately 2:30 a.m. on the morning of November 12, 1989, witnesses reported seeing him with his head in his hands. Investigators noted that the white plastic bag appeared to contain something, raising questions as to whether it held a container with an accelerant, such as paraffin. They suspected that Carmel's cottage might have been set ablaze using such an accelerant. Authorities also expressed interest in any information pertaining to a rusty yellow Triumph Dolomite car discovered abandoned the day preceding the murder on November 10, 1989. 2 men already serving life sentences for murder came under suspicion. In 1991, one of the men brutally murdered both of his parents with an axe in Tetbury in Gloucestershire, leading to his imprisonment at Broadmoor. Officially, the murder of Carmel Gamble remains unsolved and is now, unfortunately, a cold case. Joy Lyn Offit, a 33-year-old mother of 3, resided on the 90 block of Fugate Drive in Sykesville, Pennsylvania. Originally from Virginia, she was one of 4 daughters, but her parents divorced when she was only 3 years old. Following high school, Joy pursued her passion for journalism at Shepherd University in West Virginia. However, she encountered academic challenges and was compelled to discontinue her studies after the first year due to poor grades. Struggling with developmental issues, Joy had the cognitive abilities of a young teenager. She faced difficulties in maintaining employment and establishing lasting relationships. She was described by her loved ones as religious, trusting, and naive. In 1994, Joy married a man in Texas, but the union was short-lived, leading her to return home after just 2 years. Joy resided in Sykesville with her infant son, Alexis Lex Brolin III, who was 6 weeks old by July 4, 2007. She faced challenges during her pregnancy and was in the process of recovery. Joy had an on-again, off-again relationship with the father of her son, a man named Alexis Brolin II, who was also the father of her second daughter. By that summer, Joy's eldest daughter resided with her mother, while her youngest daughter lived with Brolin in Clearfield, approximately a 30-minute drive from Sykesville. On July 3, 2007, Brolin Sr. visited Joy's residence to deliver groceries and offer assistance while she was recuperating. During this visit, a heated argument ensued between Joy and Brolin regarding differing opinions about bathing their son in the sink, leading to Brolin's departure and return to Clearfield. In the subsequent days, Brolin attempted to check in on Joy and his newborn son by making phone calls, but unusually, none of these calls were answered. Brolin assumed that Joy was giving him the silent treatment, something she often did following a disagreement. A witness reported seeing Joy walking with a baby stroller in the neighbourhood on July 5th. When the neighbour greeted her, Joy ignored them and proceeded on her way. On July 5th or 6th, a nurse visited Offit's residence for a scheduled checkup, but received no response at the door, even though Joy's car was in the driveway. The nurse then contacted Brolin regarding the matter. When he stopped by again on July 7th, the house remained eerily silent, but Joy's car was gone. He came by again the following day, where he left a note for Joy, but the car was now allegedly absent. On July 11th, another appointment was missed by Joy. Her absence from these appointments was highly unusual and raised concerns about her well-being. Her mother and Brolin visited the house again, only to find a stack of mail by the door and Lex's stroller and nappy bag inside. Brolin left another note, stating that if he did not hear from her soon, he would call the police. In the early hours of July the 12th, at around 4 a.m, neighbours were startled awake by an explosion originating from Joy's residence, leading to a raging inferno. According to some neighbours, a car was parked in the driveway an hour prior to the explosion, but whether it was Joy's car remains unclear. The fire department promptly responded to the scene, extinguishing the flames. However, their grim discovery inside the house was truly shocking. In the bathtub lay the charred remains of Joy's 6-week-old son, Lex, who was identified through DNA analysis. Although the exact cause of death could not be determined, pathologists chillingly concluded that Lex had already passed away before the fire engulfed the family home. Further investigation by the fire department revealed that the fire had been arson, ignited by an unspecified accelerant. Joy Lyn, along with her vehicle, a 1994 red Saturn bearing Virginia license plates JXN8871, were both conspicuously absent from the scene. Her purse and identification were found inside the house, as was a slab of maggot-infested meat, which suggested that Joy had been absent from the house for quite some time. Following this discovery, Joy Lyn Uffitt was reported as a missing person to authorities. On July 15th or 16th, sources differ on the exact date, Joy's vehicle was found in the parking lot of her former apartment complex located along Wapolani Drive in State College, Pennsylvania. Joy Uffitt and Brolin had previously resided at the Nittany Gardens Apartments in 2003, which is located around an hour southwest of Sykesville. Joy's family found it peculiar that the car had been neatly parked in a designated space, as she was known to be an inexperienced driver and typically did not park with such precision. Moreover, upon inspection, the car appeared undisturbed, and there was no evidence indicating that Joy had recently operated the vehicle. Despite an extensive search, no trace of Joy Lyn was found. A brief period after Christmas that same year, skeletal remains resembling Joy's description were discovered in Somerset, Pennsylvania. However, subsequent DNA analysis determined that the remains did not belong to Joy Lyn Uffitt. It later emerged that Joy's mother, Sherry, became aware in 2006, the year before her disappearance, of her daughter engaging with men over the internet. These men propositioned Joy to participate in modelling and pornographic activities, prompting Sherry to voice her concerns. Worried about the welfare of her grandchildren, Sherry suggested that they stay with her. However, this suggestion led to Joy reacting strongly and resulted in a confrontation that escalated to the point where the police were called. Joy was subsequently removed from the residence in handcuffs. Joy was then mandated by the court to undergo counselling before she could regain custody of her children. After she vanished, police discovered posts that Joy had made to an internet group for single mothers dating back to 2005. In these posts, she alleged that Brolin was a former drug addict and felon and claimed to have filed a protective order against him. However, police were unable to establish a direct connection between her online activities and her subsequent disappearance. Joy's family holds the belief that she was murdered by someone who orchestrated her disappearance to make it appear as though she had harmed her son and fled. Her loved ones are adamant that Joy would have never willingly abandoned her other two children. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance remain ambiguous and enigmatic. Was she compelled to vanish of her own accord after the child's accidental death, or did she and her son fall victim to foul play in the aftermath of an arson attack? To date, no clues or evidence have emerged to shed light on Joy's fate, and no arrests have been made in connection with the case. Despite suspicion being thrown at Brolin, Joy's family do not believe he was at all involved, and he fully cooperated with authorities. Police have never identified a suspect in the arson death of 6-week-old Lex Brolin. Despite efforts to generate new leads and tips, including discussions on America's Most Wanted, no significant breakthroughs have emerged from these endeavours. On June 27, 2016, Joy Lyn's mother petitioned for her daughter to be declared legally deceased, a request that was ultimately approved. Presently, there is a $25,000 reward offered for any information leading to the discovery of Joy Lyn's whereabouts. In July 2022, marking the 15-year anniversary of Joy's disappearance, her sister shared a poignant post on Facebook. This week marks 15 years since the disappearance of Joy, the death of her 6-week-old infant son, and the fire that destroyed her home. Her daughters, then 2 and 8, were unharmed. I cannot begin to describe the manner in which this has devastated my family. Time has not healed the pain of losing Joy and baby Lex. It's hardest for Joy's girls and my mother, who cannot begin to heal without closure, who cannot have closure without answers. With no proof of life and all leads exhausted, our only hope of getting answers is with your help. The death of Lex Brolin and Joy Lyn's subsequent disappearance both remain unsolved. At the time of her disappearance in 2007, Joy Lyn Offit was 33 years old. She is described as Caucasian, standing at 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing 110 pounds. Joy has brown hair and brown eyes, along with a noticeable lisp, and typically wears wire-framed eyeglasses. Unfortunately, what she was wearing when she vanished is unknown. If alive today, Joy Lyn would be 50 years old. Anyone with information regarding this case are urged to contact Pennsylvania State Police at 814-938-0535. Lismore is a city located in New South Wales, Australia, known as the Rainbow Region, symbolising its enchanting blend of cultural diversity, community and commitment to natural living. Nestled amidst the undulating hills of northern New South Wales, this area is celebrated for its alternative lifestyle, exceptional artists and gourmet produce, crafting a truly unparalleled experience for visitors and residents alike. Lismore is situated in close proximity to some of Australia's most remarkable World Heritage listed reserves, breathtaking national parks and expansive state forests. Among these natural wonders are Mount Warning National Park, enveloping the caldera of an ancient volcano, as well as the border ranges and Nightcap National Parks. Additionally, Lismore boasts the last 11 remnants of the Big Scrub, a vast rainforest that once covered much of the region, making it a haven for nature enthusiasts and conservationists alike. In 2005, the residents of the city were rocked by the death of a backpacker in mysterious circumstances. Simone Monica Strobel was born to farmers Gustl and Gabby Strobel on the 20th of September 1979 in Rieden near Würzburg, Bavaria, Germany. She had 2 siblings, a sister named Christina and a brother, Alexander. The Strobels were known as being a quiet and respectful family. In 2004, the 25-year-old was employed as a kindergarten teacher, and she had a desire to see more of the world. On the 3rd of August 2004, Simone and her boyfriend since 1999, Tobias Sukfuel, flew to Australia to begin what was reported as a working holiday, which was due to last for approximately 1 year. On January the 25th, 2005, Tobias's sister, Katrine Sukfuel, joined the pair along with her friend Jens Martin. Together, the quartet toured Australia in a camper van. They explored the Northern Rivers region and spent time in Nimbin. The group planned to travel to Lismore to conduct banking transactions before continuing on their journey. Despite enjoying their trip around the country, the relationship between Simone and Tobias seemingly began to sour as February marched on. The couple appeared to have engaged in an argument on the 9th of February, and the following day there was obvious tension between them. They arrived at the Lismore Tourist Caravan Park in Lismore, New South Wales on February 11th, 2005. Simone, along with Tobias, Katrine and Jens, checked in for the night. Later they enjoyed drinks at the Gollan Hotel on the corner of Woodlark Street and Keene Street in Lismore, but were asked to leave by Paul Harris, the bar manager, at 11:10 p.m. Consequently, they returned to the caravan park. Tobias and Simone then allegedly fell into an argument with one another, which resulted in Simone walking away from the campsite. The next morning, Katrine and Jens became concerned as it appeared that Simone had not returned to the caravan park. Together, the pair began searching for her in the surrounding areas of Lismore. Having been unsuccessful in locating Simone, they returned to the campsite where they packed up and checked out the following morning on February 13th. Once they departed, they travelled to Lismore Police Station at approximately 10:45 a.m, where they reported Simone Strobel as a missing person and told police that she had left the campsite after the Sukfuel siblings had a disagreement. Days passed with no signs of Simone, leaving her loved ones overwhelmed by anxiety and fear over the welfare of the 25-year-old. A senior constable from the New South Wales Dog Unit discovered her lifeless body on a bocce court within the premises of the Lismore Continental Club on February 17, 2005. The club is located approximately 90 metres away from the campsite in Lismore where Simone was last seen. Simone was found naked and in an advanced state of decomposition, concealed under palm fronds. After Simone's remains were discovered, the Richmond Police District, supported by the Würzburg Criminal Police and the Würzburg Prosecutor's Office, initiated Strike Force Hawaii to probe her murder. Approximately 200 individuals gathered for a candlelit vigil beneath a eucalyptus tree close to the location where Simone's body was discovered. Simone's brother Alexander, reportedly alongside an uncle, arrived in Lismore on the 20th of February. The community of Lismore rallied together to support Simone's loved ones, as well as Tobias, Katrine and Jens. The kind-hearted folk of Lismore managed to raise approximately $6,000 for Tobias so that he could return home to Germany. Despite this display of kindness towards them, police had not disclosed the fact that they were suspicious of the three, mainly Tobias Sukfuel. Police released security surveillance footage showing Simone departing from the Gollan Hotel on the evening she was last sighted. The footage depicts her exiting the pub with 3 companions. While crossing the footpath towards the road, one of the men accompanying her pauses to wave at someone inside the establishment. As 2 individuals exit the frame, Simone remains on the pavement, engaging in conversation with one of her companions from the hotel. The two unidentified individuals re-enter the frame and their conversation with Simone resumes. A peculiar flaw in Katrine and Jens's recollection came to light when they told police that on the morning of February 12th, they had searched for Simone through the Lismore CBD, yelling out for her in the hopes she would reciprocate their calls. However, inspections of CCTV footage of the area found no trace of either Katrine or Jens scouring the area at that time. An inquest into Simone's death took place in July of 2007, where Jens Martin, the only one of the trio who attended proceedings and testified, admitted that both he and Katrine had lied to police regarding the events that took place on the night of February 11th, 2005. He confessed that Tobias had insisted that they deceive police about what had happened on that fateful night. He stated that he consented to falsehoods due to having consumed illegal substances the previous night, and Tobias expressed desire not to be regarded as a suspect. An interpreter for Jens told the inquest, quote, "I don't know who killed Simone. It's possible Tobias may have had something to do with it. It's not my job." Simone's cause of death was also discussed at the inquest, and although it was not confirmed, investigators told the coroner that they believed that Simone had been asphyxiated, likely on February 12th. Despite being found naked, the autopsy concluded that there was no evidence of sexual assault. On October 16th, the coroner made his ruling. Coroner Paul McMahon highlighted witness accounts reporting, quote, "intermittent screams heard from midnight to 1 a.m. on the Saturday morning." However, he emphasised the challenge in conclusively attributing these screams to Simone. He concluded that there was insufficient evidence to press charges regarding Simone's death, and he urged Tobias and Katrine to provide testimony. Journalists managed to locate Tobias in South Africa, where he denied any involvement in Simone's murder. In August of 2010, it was reported in the media that the Strobel family, who had stuck by Tobias for many years, accused him of continuously lying to them, and any faith they had in his innocence had diminished. In the winter of 2011, another article published in the media revealed that Simone's father, Gustel, disclosed that Katrine told him that she would never talk about what happened to Simone, quote, "even if you torture me." In 2014, the Bavarian Office of Criminal Investigation offered a €10,000 reward for any details that could lead to an arrest or conviction. Furthermore, on October 15, 2020, the New South Wales government and law enforcement announced a $1 million Australian reward. Originally slated for February 2021, a subsequent coronial inquest was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. On July 26, 2022, 43-year-old Tobias Moran, who had since changed his surname from Sukfuel, was arrested and charged with the murder of Simone Strobel. He attended the Perth Magistrates Court and was held in custody awaiting extradition to New South Wales, where he was set to appear in court in Sydney. Following his extradition, Tobias, who maintained his innocence, faced charges of murder and perverting the course of justice. Additionally, arrest warrants were issued for Katrine Sukfuel and Jens Martin on accusations of being accessories after the fact. The scheduled certification of charges against Tobias Moran in the Lismore local court on June 14, 2023 was cancelled after the court was informed that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions had chosen not to pursue the case, resulting in the withdrawal of the charges, which were officially dropped on June 23rd. Tobias's wife, Samantha Moran, told the media, quote, "I am deeply ashamed that this happened to Simone in Australia, a visitor to our country who Toby has always described as an angel on earth. I know that there is not a day that goes by that Toby does not think about Simone and wishes that he had stopped her from walking away that night. Simone was laid to rest in her hometown of Reading on March 5th, 2005. In Lismore, near the site of her passing, a small bench was installed, adorned with one of her most beloved quotes. "Defenceless I will be and vulnerable I know, on the open sea, and only protected by love, your love." Richmond Police District Commander Superintendent Scott Tanner said, quote, "We know the truth is out there, and we know there are people who are holding it back." He later stated, quote, "This is a crime which has stuck with many families who have young relatives travelling the world. The thought of losing them so far away from home is hard to comprehend. Help us put Simone's family at ease." The investigation remains open, and anybody with information regarding the murder of Simone Strobel should contact Crime Stoppers on 1800 333 000 or via nsw.crimestoppers.com.au. Chance Lee Wackerhagen was born on September 2nd, 1984, to Gay Williams and Lee Dub Wackerhagen, a trucker, and was raised in Texas. At the age of 6, Chance's parents divorced, and custody of him was granted to his mother. When Gay first met Lee, he was a decent man, but behind closed doors, he was allegedly a violent individual. When she eventually decided to leave her husband, she became fearful of his potential actions against her or her 2 sons, one of which refused to see Lee altogether, though Lee was not this child's father. Despite enduring a tumultuous, controlling, and frequently verbally abusive relationship with her ex-husband, Gay often allowed Chance to visit his father and his girlfriend at the time, a 38-year-old nurse and recently divorced mother of 2 named Latricia White. Lee and Latricia's relationship mirrored Gay's experience with him, characterised by irrational jealousy and met with violence, often culminating in physical altercations between the 2. Lee's conflicts with Latricia often revolved around his son, Chance, placing the 9-year-old in the uncomfortable position of being caught in the middle. On December 17, 1993, Chance departed from his mother's residence in Kingsville to spend the Christmas holidays with his father, who was residing in an apartment in Lockhart, Texas, with Latricia. On December 23rd, Lee and Latricia became embroiled in yet another heated argument after Chance accidentally overflowed the kitchen sink. Lee threatened to leave by packing his bags during the altercation. However, it appeared that the tension had subsided before Christmas arrived. Initially, Chance was scheduled to return home to his mother for Christmas Day. However, during a phone conversation that day, where Chance sounded excited and content with the gifts he had received, he expressed a desire to prolong his stay with his father. Gay agreed to this arrangement and asked her son to contact her again to arrange a pickup time when he could. Unfortunately, Gay never received another call from Chance thereafter. On Boxing Day, Lee, Latricia and Chance were spotted at a local restaurant, seemingly enjoying dinner together and in good spirits. However, the following day, December 27th, 1993, a gruesome scene was discovered at the Lockhart residence. 24 hours had lapsed since Jack White, Latricia's father, had heard from his daughter, and despite trying to contact her, his efforts proved to be in vain. Latricia had missed a shift at the medical centre she worked at, a behaviour starkly out of character for her. Fearing for his daughter's safety and well-being, Jack decided to visit her home. What he discovered there would haunt him for the rest of his life. Lying lifelessly on the bedroom floor was Latricia White, having suffered fatal gunshot wounds from a .22 caliber revolver, fired 6 times. Lee and 9-year-old Chance were conspicuously absent from the apartment, their whereabouts unknown. Police swiftly cordoned off the scene to conduct a thorough investigation. Based on their findings, it was determined that Latricia had likely been killed in her sleep earlier that day, possibly not long after she, Lee, and Chance were seen together at the restaurant. There were no signs of a struggle, and nothing appeared to be missing or out of place. However, a bloody footprint, believed to have belonged to 9-year-old Chance Wackerhagen, was found in the kitchen, indicating that he was present either prior to the crime or following it. 3 days later, at approximately 1 a.m, Lee's green 1986 Ford pickup truck was discovered abandoned in a field in a high-crime area of East Austin, Texas, approximately 30 miles away from his home. Upon examination of the truck, authorities found Lee's hunting rifle, which had not been recently fired. Additionally, they discovered his checkbook, wallet, a toolbox, a spare tyre, and several Christmas gifts, some of which were stained with blood. However, chillingly, testing revealed that the blood did not match White's blood type, though the overall results of who the blood belonged to were inconclusive. Furthermore, the amount of blood present was insufficient to suggest a life-threatening injury. Weeks stretched into months with no sign of Lee or Chance Wackerhagen. Initially, police believed that Lee, likely responsible for the fatal shooting of his girlfriend, had fled the scene in a panic with his son in order to avoid prosecution. However, since Lee did not have custodial guardianship of Chance, authorities viewed it as a case of non-custodial parental abduction. After Latricia's body was found, police issued a warrant for Lee Wackerhagen's arrest in connection with her callous murder. Additionally, he faced charges in Kingsville for interfering with child custody, as he failed to return his son home to his mother, who held legal custody. Moreover, the FBI sought him for interstate flight to avoid prosecution. Despite being active for 25 years, the warrants for Lee Wackerhagen's arrest did not lead to his capture, and he and Chance remain missing to this day. 4 months after the father and son vanished, Chance's maternal grandfather, O.P. Williams, received an anonymous phone call at his residence. The caller, whose voice resembled that of a child, urgently pleaded, quote, "Help me," before the line abruptly cut off, as if the phone had been slammed down on the receiver. While Chance's grandfather strongly believed the call originated from his grandson, this assumption has not been verified, and the call itself was unfortunately never traced. Many believe that the call was simply a cruel hoax. Lee's immediate family, nor his ex-wife, believe that he was involved in Latricia White's death or directly responsible for Chance's disappearance. According to his family and friends, Lee would never harm his son. But Latricia's family are sceptical, and they believe Lee was responsible for what happened on that fateful day. In a surprising turn of events, in the spring of 2016, the police reopened the case and expressed their belief that Lee and Chance had themselves fallen victim to foul play. They suggested that whoever killed Latricia was likely an associate or someone known to her or the family, rather than Lee or one of his acquaintances. Police categorised Latricia's murder as a crime of passion and initiated an investigation focusing on her ex-husband, who was engaged in a custody battle for their 2 children at the time of her death. Despite their thorough efforts, no one has ever been charged with her murder. Instead of considering Lee as the prime suspect, police now view him as a missing person or a victim of foul play, rather than a fugitive. New evidence was discovered by investigators which altered their perspective in this case, leading them to believe a third party was involved. It should be noted that prior to this incident, Lee had no prior criminal convictions, despite his alleged violence. Latricia's murder remains unsolved, and both Lee and Chance have not been seen or heard from since December of 1993. Lee Wackerhagen was 40 years of age when he disappeared. He is described as Caucasian, standing between 6 feet and 6 feet 4 inches tall and weighing around 240 pounds. He had dark blonde hair, blue eyes, a moustache, and wore eyeglasses. He also had scars on both of his arms and on his right leg. He would now be 70 years old. In December of 1993, when he was last seen, Chance Wackerhagen was 9 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 4 feet 8 inches tall and weighing approximately 75 pounds. He has blonde to strawberry blonde hair and blue-green eyes, and notably has a small distinctive dimple on his right cheek. What he was wearing on the day he vanished is unfortunately unknown. It should be noted that he may possibly be using the surname of Walker, as his father Lee had been known to use the alias Doug Walker, as well as his trucker nickname Dub. If alive in 2024, Chance Wackerhagen would be turning 40 years old. Anyone with any information regarding this case are urged to contact the Kingsville Police Department at 361-593-1700 or the FBI at 202-324-3000. On December 30th, 1976, a camper from Lake Worth stumbled upon the scattered bones of a young female in a heavily wooded area on Grassy Key, Monroe County, Florida. The location, known as the Gaines Rock Pit, at the 55.5-mile marker along US Highway 1, was frequented by campers and partygoers. While exploring the area with a friend, the camper encountered a man described as having a, quote, hippie-type appearance, who offered to reveal a human skeleton for a mere quarter. Intrigued, the camper not only recalled the discovery's location, but also volunteered to guide officers back to the Keys to pinpoint the precise spot. The remains were found amidst Spanish bayonet plants, obscured by moss, leaves, and vines. The medical examiner, Dr. A.J. Fernandez, concluded that Jane Doe had been at the location for at least a few months prior to her discovery. Upon documenting the bones and their original position, Dr. Fernandez observed no signs of a violent demise, no gunshot wounds, no knife lacerations, and no fractures consistent with trauma. Although the cause of death remains inconclusive, foul play is suspected in Jane Doe's case. At the time of discovery, Jane Doe was estimated to be between 17 and 19 years old, standing approximately 5 feet 3 inches to 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighing around 100 to 120 pounds. She had reddish brown hair, and near the remains was a black t-shirt featuring a Tiffany lamp rhinestone design, likely belonging to the victim. Detective Richard Rick Roth, the first responder to the scene, observed that the shirt had been knotted, suggesting it may have been used as a blindfold, as strands of the victim's hair were found within the knot. To aid in her identification, a forensic artist from the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children created a digital facial reconstruction of Jane Doe based on an original sketch. The victim's dental records were meticulously entered into several national databases for comparison, yet no matches were found. As a result, the case swiftly grew cold, and Jane Doe's remains were carefully stored in a box for safekeeping, awaiting the day when identification could finally be achieved. In 2001, the mother of another missing girl raised suspicions to Florida law enforcement that Jane Doe could be her daughter, who disappeared in 1974. However, after conducting comparisons of mitochondrial DNA with the assistance of the FBI, it was concluded that Jane Doe was not her child. Nevertheless, the mitochondrial DNA obtained from Jane Doe was subsequently added to the FBI's new mitochondrial DNA missing person database, with the hope that it might facilitate a match in the future. It wasn't until April of 2004 that the remains discovered on Grassy Key were conclusively identified as belonging to 15-year-old Stephanie Sempell, thanks to advancements in DNA technology. DNA samples extracted from the thigh and rib bones of Jane Doe were compared to those of Stephanie's mother, Dorothy Apple, resulting in a positive match. This breakthrough was facilitated with the assistance of the National Centre for Missing and Exploited Children, also known as NCMEC, who aligned Stephanie's missing person report and photograph with Jane Doe's description and facial reconstruction. The match was further verified through Quantico's mitochondrial DNA missing person database. Stephanie Sempell was born on November 8, 1960, in Boca Raton, Palm Beach, Florida, and was part of a large family with 6 sisters and 1 brother. They resided in a waterfront residence in Boca Raton. Described by her sister as a free spirit, Stephanie had a penchant for spontaneous adventures with friends, sometimes venturing as far as California. During one such escapade, she acquired a tattoo of a peacock on the underside of her arm. In the summer months, Stephanie often lent a hand at a family-owned hardware store in Queens, New York, to earn some extra money. Her younger sister fondly remembered her. She grew up fast, she had a big heart, and she trusted everybody. Stephanie had a history of running away, and in March 1976, it seemed she had done so once again. At 15 years old, she informed her mother that she planned to spend a couple of days with friends in Key West, departing with a male companion. However, she never returned as expected that day. Concern deepened as days passed without any communication from Stephanie. Consequently, her parents, Dorothy and Richard, who had recently separated before her disappearance, reported her missing. The Sempell family harboured apprehensions about Stephanie's circle of acquaintances and had advised her against the Key West trip, but she proceeded regardless. In 1997, Stephanie's sister, Kim Quinn, residing in New York, took it upon herself to delve into the progress of her sister's case, only to stumble upon a shocking revelation. To her dismay, it became apparent that there was no official record of a missing persons report ever being filed for Stephanie. Consequently, no connection was established between Stephanie's disappearance and the discovery of Jane Doe, which occurred 9 months after she vanished. This oversight meant that Stephanie remained unidentified for over 28 agonising years. Despite clinging to hope for decades that Stephanie might still be out there somewhere alive, her family's optimism was shattered. They even sought assistance from psychics in their desperate quest for answers, but ultimately their hopes were dashed. After Stephanie's positive identification, her remains were returned to her grieving family. On November 8th, 2004, which would have been her 44th birthday, a poignant memorial service was held at St Henry's Church in Pompano Beach. Following this heartfelt ceremony, Stephanie was laid to rest at the Boca Raton Municipal Cemetery and Mausoleum. Despite the bittersweet closure of finally locating Stephanie's remains, her family continues to grapple with unanswered questions, their search for closure persisting. To date, the circumstances surrounding Stephanie's demise remain shrouded in mystery, and the responsible party for her untimely death remains unknown. Authorities strongly believe her death was likely a homicide. Despite thorough questioning of individuals who were acquainted with Stephanie, including her friends and family, investigators have been unable to definitively determine who she was travelling to Key West with on the day she was last seen alive. Those who were last seen with Sempell may hold vital information crucial to bringing her killer to justice. Authorities emphasise the importance of anyone with even the slightest information, no matter how insignificant it may seem, to come forward. Every detail, no matter how small, could prove pivotal in cracking this case. Major Crimes Detective Sergeant Patricia Daly said in a statement regarding this tragic case, "Somebody knows her and knows what happened to her back in 1976. We want that person, or those people, to call us. A young girl lost her life, and both she and her family deserve to have some type of explanation for that. We'd like to give it to them." The Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit is currently handling Stephanie Sempell's case. Anyone possessing information pertinent to this investigation is urged to contact 305-289-2410. If you wish to remain anonymous, alternatively, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-346-TIPS. New Liskeard was a town located in the northeast of Ontario, Canada. In 2004, the towns of New Liskeard, Haileybury and Diamond were joined together to form the city of Temiskaming Shores. Temiskaming Shores is renowned for its warm northern hospitality and stunning natural surroundings. The city boasts numerous picturesque landscapes, a diverse cultural heritage, comprehensive educational and healthcare facilities, and a multicultural community. Celine Etier moved to New Liskeard with her family when she was 6 years old. Later in her life, she welcomed her daughter, Melanie Nadia Etier, who was born in the city on Christmas Day of 1980. In the early 1990s, Celine became a mother for the second time and welcomed a daughter named Jessie. Melanie was described as being salt of the earth, outgoing and of a loving personality with a great sense of humour, and was known to care for her younger sister almost like a second mother. Melanie had no relationship with her father, who was reportedly from Botswana in Africa. Her father and Celine had met in the former town of Haileybury when her father was attending mining school. While Celine was pregnant with Melanie, her father relocated to another school and subsequently returned to his home country when he completed his studies. It was 1996, and 15-year-old Melanie was an 11th grade honour student at New Liskeard's École Secondaire Catholique Sainte-Marie. After graduating from high school, Melanie's aspiration was to pursue a career in teaching, and also in her free time, Melanie had been learning self-defence with a friend. It was Sunday the 29th of September, and Celine was woken up by Melanie's alarm clock, which had been set for around 6 a.m. to ensure Melanie's timely arrival at the Garderie Richelieu, a local daycare centre where she worked. Melanie's grandparents arrived at the house around 10 a.m. to celebrate her grandmother's birthday, expecting Melanie to have completed cake preparation that she had planned. Initially, Celine wasn't concerned, assuming her daughter had dozed off while watching a film at her friend Ryan Chatwin's house the night prior. As time passed, Celine became concerned and anxious. Celine and her father went to Tim Hortons to purchase a cake and tried calling various places hoping to reach Melanie. She didn't possess the phone number of Melanie's friend Ryan Chatwin. However, Celine managed to get a friend to call the house, which was 6 blocks away, and asked about Melanie's whereabouts. Celine stated, quote, "They were supposed to be somewhere else, but her friend, whose place she was supposed to go, wasn't home because she had a bit of an accident." Celine's heart sank when she was informed that her daughter had left her friend's house at approximately 2 a.m. Furthermore, Melanie didn't show up for her scheduled daycare shift, prompting her mother to contact the New Liskeard Police Service around 1 p.m. to report Melanie as missing. The town's police department initiated a search effort, while Celine tirelessly scoured every possible location where her daughter might be. She engaged with the media and distributed posters to raise awareness of Melanie's disappearance. Meanwhile, the community rallied together, coordinating fundraising events to support Celine and 5-year-old Jessie, and ensuring they were provided with meals during this challenging time. Celine was determined to find her daughter and took matters into her own hands. She stated to Global News, quote, "My house felt like a big funeral for the first 2 weeks because I had people dropping off food, flowers, gifts. I had a lot of contact with the police. They really kept me up to date. I did many searches myself with friends." Melanie's loved ones were puzzled by her vanishing, as there were no indications that she was planning to leave or sever contact with her family and friends. With aid from witnesses, police investigators constructed a timeline of events leading up to Melanie's unexplained vanishing. The following details are courtesy of CBC podcast The Next Call. On the morning of Saturday, September 28th, 1996, Melanie travelled to the home of her mother's close friend, Sylvie Chartrand. Present in the house were Melanie, Sylvie, and Sylvie's 6-year-old daughter, Stephanie, as Sylvie's partner, Denis Leveille, and her son, Jason, were out of town. During the visit, Melanie became upset and frustrated after breaking a nail. Sylvie later theorised that Melanie's distress may have been heightened by the family's financial struggles, such as their car issues and their phone service being disconnected the day before due to unpaid bills. Melanie departed from Sylvie's residence and headed downtown, where she encountered her best friend at a bus stop near the New Liskeard Public Library. Her friend, who had been studying in the library, opted to accompany Melanie. The two friends explored various spots in New Liskeard, and one of their stops was at a pizza where they enjoyed lunch. While savouring their pizza, Melanie shared the notion of pursuing a teaching career and volunteering in Botswana, her father's homeland. Melanie also bought candles, frosting, candy hearts, and a new cake pan to bake a cake for her grandmother's upcoming birthday celebration, scheduled for the next day before her grandparents left town. Additionally, they stopped by a residence in the nearby township of Diamond to retrieve payment from someone Melanie had provided babysitting services for. During their outing, the girls crossed paths with Melanie's boyfriend, Neil Fortier, whom she'd been seeing for 3 weeks, along with their friends Dave Bromley, Jay Denom, and Ryan Chatwin. According to Neil, Melanie was in a good mood. Between 9 and 9:30 p.m, the group made a stop at a video rental store and selected the movie Sudden Death. By 10 p.m, they had gathered at the Etier residence to watch the film. Celine Etier, spending time with Melanie's grandmother in the living room, suggested that Melanie's bedroom was too messy to accommodate guests. Despite being offered the option to watch the film in her room, Melanie insisted that they find another location to watch it, prompting the group to leave the house. They attempted to watch the movie at the residence of Dave Bromley's then-girlfriend Samaya Benchabi, but she was unable to host them due to her family preparing for a move. However, Samaya briefly accompanied them as they walked to another house. She parted ways with the group at the Armstrong Street Bridge and returned home. Around this time, Melanie's female friend noted a sudden drop in temperature. Around 10 p.m, the group moved to a residence on Pine Avenue, where Ryan Chatwin resided. Although Ryan's parents were in the house, they stayed in their bedroom. Dave departed for his home at this juncture. The house was approximately a 10 to 12 minute walk from the Etier residence, or roughly 6 blocks away. As per eyewitness accounts, the teenagers watched the movie quietly in the basement while Ryan's parents slept. There is no indication that any alcohol or drugs were consumed by any members of the group that evening. Before the film they were watching concluded, Jay Denom left the house around 12:30 to 1 a.m. and returned home. Similarly, Melanie's female friend left early, aiming to catch a ride to Haileybury, departing also around 12:30 to 1 a.m. While exiting the house, she encountered a suspicious vehicle slowly approaching her as she crossed an intersection, seemingly assessing her. Feeling unsettled by the incident, she swiftly ran to the next intersection by the Armstrong Street Bridge, which was better illuminated. She followed the same route presumed to have been taken by Melanie to the Etier home, where Melanie's grandparents waited for her return so they could take her home. The unnamed female friend arrived at the Etier residence shortly before 1 a.m, catching the last few minutes of Saturday Night Live before being driven home. The vehicle she encountered was described as a white or light-coloured Chevrolet Monte Carlo or a similar two-door model in a poor condition. The vehicle had a grey patch on the right side, which was likely present in order to conceal damage of some sort. The witness believed there were 2 teenage boys or young men inside the vehicle, but couldn't recall ever seeing this car again. At the time of her departure, only 3 of the friends remained in the Chatwin home: Melanie, Neil and Ryan. The last confirmed sighting of Melanie Etier occurred around 1:30 to 2 a.m. on September 29, 1996, as she departed her friend's house and embarked on the 1-kilometre journey to her home, walking alone. It was unusual for Melanie to walk home unaccompanied, but with no phone service available, she couldn't request a ride. One of the boys accompanied her to the front door and observed her heading west along Pine Avenue East. Melanie's path would have encompassed 3 intersections, traversed the Armstrong Street Bridge, passed by a gas station and an apartment building, proceeded either through a back alley or along a main road, and finally ascended to the top of Church Street, where the Etier residence was situated. According to accounts from family and friends, Melanie typically favoured using the back alley during this journey. The bridge was the sole portion of Melanie's route that boasted bright lighting, and the street would have maintained reasonable activity even during the late hours when she was spotted crossing it. Following the bridge, the final segment of her homeward walk involved a dimly lit back road where the video rental store she had visited earlier in the day was situated. The weather that evening was clear, and given that only 2 days had passed since the previous full moon, it is assumed that there would have been some natural illumination along Melanie's route. At the time, she was dressed in a green Nike windbreaker, a white t-shirt featuring a blue heart Pepe logo, blue jeans, a black belt with a silver buckle, black boots with a short heel, a necklace and a watch. At the time she vanished, Melanie Etier was 15 years old. She is described as a black female standing at 5 feet 5 inches tall, weighing 120 pounds, has brown eyes, long braided black hair, and is of a dark complexion and slim build. Police were certain it was a case of foul play. Over a dozen police officers and volunteer firefighters combed through the locations where Melanie had been last seen, and police departments throughout Ontario were notified of her disappearance. Despite conducting a thorough door-to-door canvassing, no residences in the vicinity were searched by authorities. Search teams were unsuccessful in locating any clues regarding Melanie's whereabouts or any indication of where she might have vanished or been taken. Officially, no evidence has been unearthed in the case. However, according to the Etier family, a solitary item may have been found by the police on the initial day of the search, but was never disclosed publicly. Hundreds of people were interviewed, both as suspects and persons of interest. However, nothing significant rose from these interrogations. Many witnesses came forward to investigators. One witness stated that they saw a woman in the middle of the bridge and was coerced into a vehicle by 2 male individuals. Another witness, who came forward in 2021, stated that at around 1:45 a.m. on the night she vanished, she heard a piercing scream. Approximately 45 seconds later, she heard more shouting, which heightened her fear. After ensuring that her front door was secured, the witness stealthily approached her bay window. From there, she observed 3 silhouettes of individuals sprinting down the street towards Pine Avenue, yet no vehicles or headlights were visible. Posters and billboards featuring Melanie's image were erected in New Liskeard and nearby areas. Celine, along with volunteers from the community and Jay Denom, distributed posters in New Liskeard and beyond to places such as Timmins, Ottawa and Montreal. Celine also penned a letter to the editor of the Temiskaming Speaker newspaper, which was published in a November edition. Additionally, Celine forwarded information about Melanie to media outlets in Toronto, aiming to sustain awareness of the case. The Ontario Provincial Police, also known as OPP, has a theory suggesting that Melanie was taken against her will by a stranger, or enticed into the vehicle by someone she knew. The investigation is further complicated by the presence of the Trans-Canada Highway, which runs through the community and increases the likelihood of a random assault by an outsider. The speculation that Melanie was taken by her estranged father has been dismissed by the OPP, who have ruled him out as a suspect. Celine has criticised a theory suggesting that her daughter was coerced into a sex trafficking ring. Some believed that she was murdered by a serial killer or was victim of a drunk driver. In 2005, a relative of Melanie reported being contacted by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police in Canmore, Alberta, regarding a man in their custody who had allegedly confessed to the crime but later died by suicide. Another theory proposing that Melanie fell into the Wabi River and drowned has been rejected by her family, as Melanie was proficient in swimming and no remains were ever recovered from the river. It must be stated that Melanie's friends who were with her on the night she disappeared are not considered suspects in the case. Chillingly, it was reported that a makeshift gravestone was found in a graveyard in North Cobalt, which bore the words, "Rest in peace, Melanie Etier." Celine Etier believes that the North Cobalt Cemetery is the most probable location where Melanie's body might have been buried. This belief stems from the fact that one of the suspects, Denis Leveille, who was the husband of her close friend Sylvia, had previously worked at the cemetery and was highly acquainted with the surrounding vicinity. S.D.C allegedly had a troubled upbringing and had suffered somewhat both emotionally and physically in his life. He was also allegedly involved in drugs and had history of making advances towards minors. His daughter Stephanie was reported to have said that it was strongly apparent that her father was a predator. He had also spent time in prison for such offences. During the weekend when Melanie vanished, S.D.C and his stepson Jason initially claimed they were going fishing with S.D.C's brother and Jason's friend. However, S.D.C later confessed they attended a motocross competition in North Bay. Jason confirmed this alibi in a 2021 interview, though his memory was allegedly affected by the trauma of Melanie's loss. S.D.C mentioned spending time at a bar without Jason. They returned home between 12 and 4 p.m. on September 29th, and S.D.C helped in the search, even borrowing a friend's dog for assistance, as confirmed by investigators. The day following Melanie's reported disappearance, her grandmother had a disconcerting encounter with S.D.C when he entered the basement of the Etier residence to smoke a cigarette. This struck her as highly unusual since he had never ventured there before, and Celine prohibited smoking in her home. 3 days into the investigation, S.D.C remarked to Celine that the individual responsible for harming her daughter must have been very strong, as Melanie was capable of defending herself. To illustrate his point, S.D.C showed Celine deep nail marks on his arms, claiming they were from play fighting with Melanie. It was at this juncture that Celine began harbouring significant suspicions about S.D.C. Witnesses reported that S.D.C's reasoning behind the scratch marks were different than what he had told Celine. For instance, he told one witness that the marks were caused by brushing up against branches in woodland as he volunteered in the search for Melanie. Despite their suspicions and mounting accounts of criminal behaviour, S.D.C died in 2016, with any secrets he may have possessed taken with him to the grave. On August 11, 2009, Celine Etier established a Facebook page titled "Let's Work Together to Find Melanie Etier" to raise awareness of Melanie's case. Celine told Global News, quote, "I believe in my heart that she's passed away, but I just feel that I need to find her. She deserves to be found. The people who are responsible should acknowledge what they've done." She further said, quote, "I think in my heart the only way to find her is if I'm given a location. To me it's not as important to know who did it as it is to find my daughter to give her a place of rest. In my heart I believe she deserves to be found. She should not just be out there somewhere and forgotten." There is currently a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to an arrest or conviction in the case. If you possess any details about the disappearance of Melanie Etier, you can contact Detective Sergeant Lisa Laxton at 705-647-8400. Alternatively, if you prefer to maintain anonymity, you can contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. By early 2019, Autumn Vanessa Viola Prince was 18 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. She was described by her family and friends as a remarkable young woman who had a way of making everyone around her feel special. Known for her kindness and compassion, Autumn cherished spending time with her family and friends. She had a passion for travel, music, singing, writing, and baking. She also took delight in pampering herself by painting her nails, styling her hair, and indulging in shopping trips. With her infectious sense of humour, she loved to laugh and bring joy to others. Autumn had a special bond with her cousins, her stepfather, and her two younger brothers, who simply adored her. Originally from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Autumn moved to Broken Head, Ojibwe Nation, where she was placed in the care of her mother's cousin in Selkirk. Autumn resided there until 2017, when she made the decision to move back to Winnipeg to live with her mother, who had recently overcome addiction after struggling with it for several years. Autumn herself struggled similarly to her mother with on and off chemical dependency. On February 16th, 2019, Autumn visited her mother Gardina's house on Bannatyne Avenue. She ate and showered there before leaving to spend time with her friends, as she often did. The following evening, on February 17th, between 8 and 9 p.m, Prince's boyfriend arrived at her mother's residence in a distressed and intoxicated state. He was visibly injured and covered in blood. He recounted to Autumn's mother that they had both been attacked at a house party on Ross Avenue. However, he claimed to have no knowledge of Autumn's whereabouts after the incident, telling her mother, quote, "I don't know. She left." Concern for Autumn's well-being grew more acute as each day passed with no sign of her whereabouts. Despite reaching out to her friends, none could provide any insight into her location, and her typically active social media accounts remained ominously quiet, a stark departure from her usual behaviour. Given Autumn's popularity and frequent online presence, her sudden disappearance prompted her loved ones to report her as missing on February 18th. Gardina Prince, unable to search herself due to caring for her two youngest children, cooperated with the police by suggesting potential search locations for her daughter. Unfortunately, their combined efforts failed to yield any results. Faced with this uncertainty, her family then took matters into their own hands the following day, only to be met with heartbreak. Shortly after 9 a.m. on February 19th, 2019, with the purpose of hanging missing persons posters and visiting Rossbrook House, a refuge for young people in the area, Autumn's mother, along with her 17-year-old sister and her boyfriend, made a tragic discovery. They found Autumn's lifeless body, curled up in the fetal position amidst the snow, nestled between a chain-link fence and a house on Ross Avenue in central Winnipeg. This location was just a few blocks from their family residence and not far from where a house party had taken place 3 days prior. The unforgiving winter temperatures had plummeted to minus 25 degrees Celsius, and Autumn, a mere 18 years old, was found without a coat or shoes, clad only in a purple tank top and black tights. Her family were left shattered, consumed by grief and a desperate need for closure. They attempted to reach out to the owners of the house where the party had occurred, hoping for some answers, but their efforts were met with silence as nobody answered the door. Gardina, Autumn's mother, grapples with the incomprehensible notion that her daughter remained unnoticed for at least 48 hours, especially considering that she and her family discovered her within mere minutes of searching. Reflecting on this, she expressed to CBC News, quote, "I can't see how people all day Monday did not see my daughter there. Someone could have helped my daughter. Someone could have just looked out of their window. Someone could have done that for my kid, and they didn't. It took us 10 minutes to find her. It took me and her sister and her boyfriend to find her, and it's traumatized us. Every time we close our eyes, she's there. That last image of her, the way we found her, is there. It's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. That image is always going to be there, and it's hard not to blame myself." The results of Autumn's autopsy have not been made public, leaving her cause of death undisclosed. As of now, the circumstances surrounding Autumn's death remain undetermined. On the day following the discovery of Autumn's body, a multitude of people congregated at a vigil near the alleyway on the 600 block of Ross Avenue to pay tribute to her memory. Among the attendees were her family, friends, classmates, and members of the community, who united to celebrate her life and spirit. They adorned a makeshift shrine with flowers, stuffed animals, and photographs of the 18-year-old, creating a poignant display of remembrance. Schoolmates fondly recalled Autumn as a cheerful and compassionate individual who had a knack for bringing joy and laughter to those around her. The news of her passing deeply affected them, leaving a profound impact on their hearts. In the wake of Autumn's tragic passing, the community remains deeply shaken, grappling with unanswered questions and the profound loss of a bright young soul. As her loved ones continue to seek closure and justice, they find solace in the outpouring of support and solidarity from those who gather to honour her memory. Although Autumn's presence may no longer grace the physical world, her spirit lives on in the cherished memories and enduring impact she leaves behind. Indeed, the unresolved circumstances surrounding the death of an 18-year-old woman leave a haunting void in the hearts of those who loved her and her community. The pressing questions of who committed this heinous act and what motives lay behind it weigh heavily on the minds of all involved. It's unknown exactly what approach police made to this particular investigation. Autumn's boyfriend turning up at her mother's residence covered in blood certainly seems a rather significant point of interest for authorities to look into. However, the exact steps they took in this investigation are publicly unknown. It is unclear whether the police ever visited the house where the party had occurred, whether they'd questioned the owners or anyone who attended the gathering that night. It is also unclear whether any arrests were ever made. Unfortunately, in this case, we are left with far many more questions than answers. If you possess any information regarding Autumn Prince's death, don't hesitate to contact Winnipeg Police Service at 204-986-6313. Your assistance could be crucial in bringing closure to this case and obtaining justice for Autumn and her loved ones. Vincent Lamourie entered the world on May 31st, 1983 in Belgium. Raised in the vibrant city of Ghent, he shared his home with his parents, Martin and Frida, and his two sisters, Magali and Violette. Throughout his formative years, Vincent developed a deep appreciation for classical music and basketball. As he entered adolescence, his interest in philosophy ignited, becoming a cornerstone of his intellectual pursuits. In 2000, Vincent's parents went through a divorce, a pivotal event that deeply affected the teenager, as well as a difficult breakup with his girlfriend around the same time. Struggling to cope with this significant upheaval, Vincent's mental health took a nosedive, plunging him into a profound depression. At just 16 years old, he made a desperate attempt on his own life by leaping from a 6-story building by the sea, though fortunately he survived the ordeal. However, the fall left him with severe injuries, necessitating a lengthy 6-month hospitalisation and a year of reliance on a wheelchair for mobility. During his first week in hospital, he was comatose, and his mother told the press that her son had broken almost every bone in his body. As Vincent reached the age of 18, he showed signs of physical recovery and appeared to be in a better state of mind, leading to his discharge from psychiatric care. Despite the challenges he faced, he secured a job at a local Pizza Hut restaurant and resumed his studies, focusing on mathematics with aspirations of attending Ghent University in the future. With newfound determination, Vincent seemed poised to embrace what lay ahead. On January 25, 2002, Vincent informed his mother that he was heading to school as normal and would be working at Pizza Hut later in the evening. Curiously, he recommended that his mother take the 9 a.m. train to her job in Brussels, Belgium, deviating from her usual routine. However, Vincent had a different plan in mind. Without his mother's knowledge, he intended to board his mother's train to the airport. When he failed to return home as expected later that day, his mother grew concerned and reached out to his workplace, only to discover that he wasn't scheduled to work that day after all. Following his disappearance being reported to the authorities, police launched an investigation, uncovering extremely alarming details. Vincent had taken deliberate steps to cover his tracks, including wiping his computer hard drive and clandestinely acquiring a passport. He then boarded a flight from Brussels to New York City. Upon landing at JFK International Airport, Lamourie found himself obliged to adhere to American immigration regulations, which necessitated purchasing a return ticket. Although it remains uncertain whether he intended to utilise this ticket, scheduled for February 9, 2002, Vincent ultimately did not board his return flight. Subsequent records reveal that his passport was used to cross from the US into Canada at Niagara Falls on January 25th, followed by a re-entry into the United States on January 31st. However, following these events, Vincent vanished without a trace and has never been seen or heard from again. A significant development was made when Vincent's backpack was discovered in a trash can at Prospect Park in New York at 4:15 p.m. on February 2nd, following a severe ice storm that had swept through the area. Inside the backpack, authorities found a collection of items including Vincent's passport, the unused return plane ticket, $10 in American currency, $25 in Canadian coins, a pocket knife, taxi receipts, a selection of 36 classical music CDs, a portable CD player, and an American hardcover edition of J.D. Salinger's renowned novel The Catcher in the Rye. Notably, the 18-year-old had a strong identification with the novel's protagonist, Holden Caulfield, a disillusioned teenage outsider who embarks on a journey to New York City following academic setbacks. His mother said he was wild about the book. Upon discovering The Catcher in the Rye in Vincent's backpack, his mother felt compelled to read it. She described the experience as surreal, as every detail seemed to resonate deeply within her son's life. From the dedication, "To my mother," on the first page, to the character's father, who also happened to be a lawyer, and even the nickname Goldfish, which echoed Vincent's own baptism card, everything seemed to align with his existence. As she delved deeper into the novel, Frida found herself retracing Holden's journey, even going so far as to investigate the hotels mentioned in the story. Her quest for answers culminated at the edge of Niagara Falls during the wintry months a year after Vincent disappeared. As she delved deeper into the novel, Frida found herself retracing Holden's journey, even going so far as to investigate the hotels mentioned in the story. Her quest for answers culminated at the edge of Niagara Falls during the wintry months a year after Vincent disappeared. There she stood, tossing a white orchid, her son's favourite flower, into the churning waters, hoping to gain insight into her son's innermost thoughts. Yet, despite her efforts, using ticket receipts to trace her son's final known movements, Frida was left without the closure she desperately sought. While Niagara Falls is unfortunately known for being a common location for suicides, no evidence of Vincent's remains were ever recovered there. It cannot be said with certainty whether he took his own life during his travels abroad. His mother, Frida, clings to the hope that her son didn't succumb to self-harm, but instead embarked on a fresh start in either the United States or Canada. Adding to the mystery, a bus stop located just down the street from where his belongings were discovered offers easy access for individuals to board buses without the need for identification, raising the possibility that Vincent may have embarked on a journey somewhere after abandoning his possessions. The exact fate of Vincent after his re-entry into the United States remains uncertain. Authorities lack a clear understanding of the events that transpired during his brief journey to Canada and are unable to construct an accurate timeline of his movements leading up to the discovery of his backpack. When looking at the circumstances and evidence found, it is deemed likely that Vincent took his own life at Niagara Falls. Alan Myuu of the Missing Persons Unit told the press, quote, "The American authorities have told us that dozens of people commit suicide there every year. Their corpse is never found. At the bottom of the waterfall, it's such a cauldron of whirlpools that never come to rest that bodies can be kept underwater for eternity." Frida, Vincent's mother, portrayed her son as someone who projected happiness outwardly, yet she knew often that this was a facade. According to her, Vincent was a solitary but very smart individual with a pessimistic perspective on life. Despite his ability to verbally reassure her when questioned about his well-being, Frida couldn't shake the feeling in her gut that her son was grappling with inner turmoil. Frida continues to deal with feelings of guilt, plagued by the notion that she should have anticipated Vincent's disappearance. She reflects on various moments that now seem like clear warning signs, such as a particular instance when they were watching television coverage of the manhunt for Osama bin Laden together. Vincent's comment, quote, "Mummy, if I want to disappear, they would never find me," now resonates profoundly with Frida, adding to her burden of regret. She told Belgian media outlets regarding her son's disappearance, quote, "I would be relieved if Vincent's bones were found tomorrow, because that nagging doubt is worse than knowing that your child is dead. It's a cliché, but you can't say goodbye to a missing child. On the other hand, I'm willing to give up everything I have right now in exchange for one brief moment with Vincent, although it will take a miracle for that." Frida has expressed her desire for her ashes to be scattered at Niagara Falls, the location where her beloved son Vincent is presumed to have met his end. She sees it as a poignant tribute, intertwining her eternal rest with the memory of her son's tragic fate. When he disappeared, Vincent Lamoury was 18 years old. He is described as being Caucasian, standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall and weighing approximately 160 pounds. He had light brown hair and blue-green eyes, and has metal plates inserted in his right leg and foot, and several scars on both legs and feet. Though it cannot be said with complete certainty, Vincent was possibly last seen wearing a size L or XL black winter coat, a long-sleeved black wool sweater with the Ralph Lauren logo on the chest, a pair of size 10.5 black leather Mephisto shoes with a buckle on the side, and a white metal Rodania wristwatch with a black leather strip. Lamoury had a history of depression and suicidal tendencies, and may have been experiencing these thoughts at the time he disappeared. He may go by his mother's maiden name, Colpere. As the years have passed, a number of age progression images of Vincent have been released to the public, with the latest rendering being released in 2022, showing what he would look like aged 39. If alive in 2024, Vincent Lamoury would be turning 41 years old. Those with any information regarding this case are urged to contact New York State Park Police at 716-278-1777. York, a former city and district within Toronto, Ontario, Canada, lies to the northwest of Old Toronto, to the southwest of North York, and to the east of the Humber River. York holds a significant place in Canadian history, as it was the original settlement that eventually grew into the vibrant metropolis of Toronto. 19-year-old Mabel Krumbach resided at 661 Willard Avenue in the former York Township. She was described as a pretty, lovely-mannered, decent young woman who trusted everyone. She was religious and frequently went to St. John's Baptist Church, where she participated in the choir and engaged in various social activities hosted by the church. Quiet, reliable and sensible, Mabel was employed at steel fabricating company Eastern Steel Company as an office stenographer. It was Sunday, May 27th, 1950. Mabel's parents, Sheldon and Helen, had travelled to a wedding in Detroit, Michigan for the weekend, leaving Mabel at home to take care of Gary, her 8-year-old brother. Her older brother, 11-year-old Bruce, was not at the residence that evening. After the clock struck midnight on May 28th, Mabel returned home to the Willard Avenue residence following a date night with her boyfriend, James Bryan. Gary saw his sister at approximately 12:30 a.m, and she seemed content with nothing out of the ordinary. The house fell silent, and the siblings fell into a slumber. A few hours later, 8-year-old Gary woke suddenly. He described hearing what sounded like, quote, a dogfight downstairs. He recalled hearing a dog barking, a cacophony of male voices, and a high-pitched laughter from what he deciphered to be Mabel. In his sleepy state, he thought little of it, and subsequently fell asleep once more. Later that Sunday, Sheldon and Helen returned from Detroit to a home that sat in an eerie stillness. Anxiety began to flood in, as Gary told them he couldn't find Mabel, and he had notified the neighbours who had contacted the police. Furthermore, both front and rear side doors of the property were unlocked, which was highly unusual and something their daughter would never have normally done. The front door looked out onto Willard Avenue, and although unlocked, was closed. The rear side door, however, which looked out onto St. John Road, was left open. Investigating Mabel's bedroom, it was discovered that a red and black checkered shirt, a blue plaid skirt, black suede shoes, and a comb were missing. Strangely, her pyjama top was missing, however Mabel's pyjama bottoms were found neatly tucked beneath her pillow. Her purse and cash lay in her bedroom untouched. Treating her vanishing as an abduction, police began door-to-door inquiries regarding the mysterious disappearance of Mabel Krumbach. Chillingly, a number of neighbours recalled disturbing events in the night. At approximately 2 a.m, one neighbour heard a distressing scream. A second witness recalled hearing many voices coming from the kitchen of the Krumbach residence, with lights on in both the kitchen area and in Mabel's bedroom. A third stated that they saw 3 strange men sitting in a parked car in the area. In June of 1950, 2 weeks after Mabel's vanishing, the North Bay Nugget reported that a witness had seen Mabel at a tourist home in Ancaster. The individual who reported the sighting confirmed that a man with a hair lip, also known as a cleft palate, had been in her company, and the pair allegedly headed west together. The witness was Mrs. Wesley Jenny, who was the owner of Highland Cabins, a camping site for tourists and travellers. Having been shown a photograph of the missing 19-year-old, she was certain that the woman she saw was Mabel. According to Jenny, the woman had appealed to her for help and said that she was with the man against her will. However, Jenny paid no attention to her pleas. Jenny further stated that the woman had bleach blonde hair, despite Mabel being known as having raven black hair, and she reported that the woman acted oddly, as if she was under the influence of alcohol or drugs. Mrs. Jenny commented that the woman told her she had been forced to bleach her hair and alter her appearance, likely to avoid being identified. Jenny only notified authorities of her encounter with the woman after reading about Mabel Crumbach's disappearance in the newspapers. Sheldon and Helen Crumbach did not believe that the woman Mrs. Jenny conversed with was their daughter, as Mrs. Jenny recalled the woman lighting a cigarette. However, according to Mabel's mother, she was not a smoker. Mabel also had a habit of biting her nails to a degree where it was very noticeable, and Mrs. Jenny didn't describe this specific detail when recalling her interaction with the blonde woman. Investigators appealed to the public for aid in finding the blonde woman and the man with the cleft lip. Unfortunately, not much came from this appeal. However, several sightings of a dishevelled woman matching Mabel's description was seen in the days following her disappearance. In Oakland, Brant County, Mount Pleasant farmer Albert McAllister recalled that on the 12th of June, just over 2 weeks after Mabel disappeared, he witnessed a young woman sleeping behind a roller in one of his farm's fields. Albert approached and woke the dark-haired stranger, who, upon being roused, panicked and fled through the hayfields towards a side road where she disappeared out of sight. Following this, Albert McAllister called the police. Interestingly, Mabel's grandparents, George and Libby Crumbach, resided near Oakland, Brant County. Other family members lived within a few hundred yards of Albert McAllister's farm. It was theorised that Mabel may have been travelling to a relative's home. After Albert's statement was published in the newspapers, other witness reports were filed by the police which indicated that this unidentified, dishevelled woman was seen living out on the street. Searches by air, horseback and on foot took place throughout Brant County, with local volunteers and Boy Scouts aiding police in their search. Unfortunately, nothing significant was recovered from these searches, leaving Mabel's loved ones aching for answers. As time marched on, reports of sightings dwindled and the case went cold. In 1956, Mabel's disappearance hit the headlines once again, when a travelling hypnotist made comments during a meeting at Sydenham Street United Church in Kingston, Ontario, suggesting that Mabel had been murdered. Known as Jim, the man stated under an alleged hypnotic trance from his partner, Dr. Mason, that he knew where Mabel's body had been buried. Members of the club meeting were stunned at this apparent revelation, and there was a commotion following the incident. When Jim was taken out of the alleged trance he had been in, he claimed that he had never heard of Mabel Crumbach, nor had any knowledge of her disappearance. The Expositor newspaper brought the pair in for an interview, where Jim, once again under hypnosis, revealed further alleged details about Mabel's fate. Jim alleged that a man had taken Mabel into a car and passed through Brantford, driving on Burford Road, then drove south to Scotland. Jim then claimed that the man stopped the vehicle and upon exiting the car struck Mabel fatally with a wrench. Once the alleged murder had taken place, Jim further stated that the man buried her in a location that he pinpointed as being a wooded area, 1.5 miles north of Scotland on a farm owned by a Walter Paderak. Jim, Dr. Mason and reporters from the Expositor newspaper ventured to the area where they crossed over rugged, snow-dusted fields to the alleged burial site, where Jim pointed at a specific area indicating a shallow grave. Reporters were shocked when, following this, Jim unexpectedly vomited. Police were notified and arrived at the scene, where they began digging. However, they eventually called off the dig, with no evidence to suggest that a body had been buried there. Inspector Walter Corson of the York Township Police Force said he did not believe Dr. Mason and Jim's story to be a hoax, and at that point in the investigation would follow any tips that were received. This was the last major update published about the investigation into Mabel's disappearance. Years passed with no answers as to what occurred on the night Mabel vanished. Sheldon and Helen Krumbach moved to the south of Ontario with their sons Gary and Bruce. Sheldon and Helen both passed away in 1983 and 1984 respectively, without ever knowing what happened to their daughter. In 1997, the Expositor reported that Mabel's brothers did not wish to discuss their sister's case, with an unnamed woman telling the publication that both men just wanted to forget it and move on. At the time she disappeared, Mabel Krumbach was 19 years of age. She is described as a Caucasian female of a fair complexion, standing at 155 centimetres or 5 feet 1 inches tall, and had black curly hair. If you have any information regarding the disappearance of Mabel Krumbach, you can contact Toronto Police Service Missing Persons Unit by calling 416-808-7411 or by direct email missingpersons@torontopolice.on.ca. Joshua Vernon Maddox was born on March the 9th, 1990 in Colorado Springs to Michelle Albert and Roberta Bertie Lee Schmear Maddox, and was their youngest son and fourth child. The Maddox family lived in Woodland Park, a serene enclave within the Pike National Forest of Teller County, Colorado. Joshua's academic brilliance shone brightly, matched only by his quick wit and penchant for humour. He wasn't just a scholar. He possessed a remarkable talent for writing and artistry, captivating a close-knit circle of friends who admired his creativity. With boundless dedication, he poured his heart into crafting Stickman and Smiley, a comic strip. He showcased his storytelling finesse and artistic prowess. Beyond his educational pursuits and artistic endeavours, Joshua's love for music was palpable. Whether strumming his guitar or penning his thoughts into melodies, he found solace and expression in the harmonies of life. 2 years preceding Josh's mysterious disappearance, a heart-wrenching tragedy struck the family. On June the 1st, 2006, just a week before his eagerly anticipated high school graduation, his elder brother, Zachary, who was 18 years old, succumbed to severe depression, tragically ending his life. Reflecting on the profound loss, Mike Maddox, Josh's father, expressed the immense difficulty they endured, stating, quote, "I buried his older brother 2 years before, and it was so difficult on Josh. When his brother died, it pushed him over the edge. It was a big shock for the family and a big shock for Josh. He thought highly of his older brother." Despite the weight of this devastating event, Josh had managed to navigate through the darkness and find solace. At the time of his disappearance in 2008, he'd found a sense of contentment and happiness in his life, defying the odds and embracing the light amidst the shadows. On May the 8th, 2008, 18-year-old Josh set out from his Woodland Park residence after informing his sister, Kate, that he intended to take a stroll. Given his love for solitary hikes, Kate thought nothing of his departure when she saw him at the house. However, as the evening wore on without his return, concern began to mount within the family. It was very unlike Josh to not have returned home by nightfall without telling anyone. By May the 13th, 5 days later, the Maddox family formally reported him as missing to the local authorities. Recalling the bewildering turn of events, Mike expressed, quote, "I got up one morning and Josh was there, then he never came home. The next day, he still didn't come home. I called his friends, but nobody had seen him. Nobody knows where he is." The uncertainty surrounding Joshua's whereabouts cast a somber shadow over the family, leaving them grasping for answers and hoping for his safe return. Despite exhaustive efforts by authorities, friends and family to locate Josh, including thorough searches of the neighbourhood and nearby parkland where he may have ventured for his walk, no trace of him was found, even after months of investigation. With each passing day, hope dwindled as the mystery deepened. Josh's sister, Kate, clung to the possibility that he had chosen to embark on a new path, perhaps pursuing his passion for music or literature in distant places. In a poignant reflection on her brother's disappearance, Kate shared her belief that Joshua, since turning 18, might have sought a fresh start elsewhere. She envisioned scenarios where he would return home one day, accompanied by a family of his own, eager to introduce them to their extended relatives. Kate's imagination wandered, picturing Joshua immersed in his musical pursuits, or honing his literary skills under a pseudonym, all while cherishing his preferred lifestyle of solitude amidst nature. He found peace and calm there. Despite the lack of evidence pointing to foul play, the police had no choice but to categorise Josh as a missing person, leaving his loved ones grappling with uncertainty and clinging to hope for his safe return. The case quickly went cold, until new developments unravelled several years later, which turned the case on its head. In 2015, Chuck Murphy, an 80-year-old builder who, similarly to the Maddox family, hailed from Colorado Springs, undertook the task of demolishing his wooden cabin situated on Meadowlark Lane, nestled within a vast expanse of land ensconced by towering pine trees. The cabin, which Chuck had been owner of since the 1950s, was in a state of disarray, severely weather-beaten, and the walls were crumbling. Having lain dormant for a decade, Chuck, recognising the need for revitalisation, made the decision to pave the way for property development by demolishing the structure. In August 2015, the long-awaited demolition work commenced, signalling the end of an era for the dilapidated cabin, which held a rich history. Over time, the encroachment of wildlife had exacerbated the cabin's deterioration, leaving behind a pungent odour that permeated the air when Chuck arrived at the site on August 7th, whilst workmen were tending to the cabin's demolition. Believing that perhaps an animal carcass was within the confines of the cabin, Chuck decided to have a look around. However, what he found sent chills down his spine. As the workers focused their efforts on dismantling the chimney, one of the two present on the premises, Chuck was confronted with a chilling sight. Amidst the debris, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a young man, contorted into a fetal position with his legs unnaturally positioned above his head. The mummified man was naked from the waist down and barefoot. In response to Chuck's distress call to authorities following the grisly discovery, the police swiftly arrived at the scene, accompanied by the county coroner. Through meticulous examination and forensic analysis, aided by dental records, the coroner confirmed the grim truth. The deceased was none other than the missing man, Joshua Maddox. Despite its close proximity, the cabin remained a blind spot in the search efforts for Josh, located merely 2 blocks away from the Maddox family home. The building had eluded scrutiny as there seemed no cause to inspect it thoroughly, let alone its chimney. Even Chuck Murphy, the cabin's owner, had infrequently visited the property and had never detected any peculiarities during his sporadic checks. Situated centrally with a vast expanse of land enveloped by towering pines and positioned approximately 50 feet from the road, the cabin stood isolated, devoid of neighbouring homes. This seclusion, while offering privacy, also meant that any potential cries for help from within would likely go unheard. In such solitude, the chances of Josh's pleas reaching anyone's ears were slim, amplifying the tragedy of his overlooked presence within the cabin's confines. The revelation of Josh's fate left the Maddox family reeling with disbelief and anguish. Kate, his sister, struggled to comprehend the shocking reality, expressing her bewilderment. "The situation doesn't make any sense at all. We were really expecting him to be anywhere else in the world, and he was actually very close. The only thing we can figure is he was being an 18-year-old kid, checking out a cabin. It has already been abandoned for a long time, and a horrible accident happened." In the wake of this tragic discovery, the family grappled with the inexplicable circumstances surrounding Josh's demise, searching for solace amidst the shroud of uncertainty and grief. Following an autopsy conducted by the Taylor County coroner, no evidence of drugs or external trauma was found on Maddox. The coroner, Al Bourne, remarked, quote, "The hard tissue showed no signs of trauma. There were no broken bones, no knife marks, there were no bullet holes. There is, so far, no answers to a number of things. It is very confusing. It was not instant death." The absence of definitive evidence left the circumstances surrounding Josh's demise shrouded in uncertainty. Bourne elaborated on the potential causes, ruling out starvation due to the prolonged duration it requires. Instead, he speculated on dehydration and hypothermia as plausible factors, given the time frame of Josh's disappearance. On September 28, 2015, Bourne rendered a verdict of accidental death, surmising that Josh had inadvertently become trapped in the chimney after voluntarily entering it. He reasoned that Josh's position within the chimney indicated an attempt to gain access, leading to his entrapment. Bourne identified hypothermia as the likely cause of death, citing the plummeting temperatures during the time frame of Josh's disappearance. The coroner's determination of accidental death faced scrutiny from many locals, including Josh's family. Chuck, the owner of the cabin, raised valid concerns regarding the coroner's conclusion, particularly regarding the chimney's construction. He pointed out that the chimney had been built 2 decades prior and was equipped with preventative measures such as a thick wire mesh suspended from steel hooks. This design aimed to prevent animals and debris from obstructing the chimney or gaining entry into the cabin. Chuck's observations challenged the notion that Josh's entry into the chimney was voluntary, casting doubt on the accidental death ruling. The presence of such protective measures suggested that Josh's entrapment within the chimney might not have been as simple as first speculated. The discrepancies between the coroner's findings and the physical attributes of the chimney further fueled skepticism among the local community and Josh's loved ones, leaving the true circumstances of his demise shrouded in uncertainty. Chuck Murphy's revelation about the presence of a heavy wire mesh grate installed across the chimney shed new light on the investigation. Murphy clarified that the grate had been placed approximately 1 row of bricks from the chimney's top to deter raccoons and other animals from entering. However, Coroner Bourne speculated that the grate might have rusted or corroded over time, potentially explaining its absence during the investigation. Murphy countered this notion by explaining that all metalwork, including the wire mesh, had been gathered and taken for scrap during the cabin's demolition. Consequently, the absence of the mesh near the chimney was attributed to its removal during the demolition process, unbeknownst to the investigators. Murphy emphasised that those involved in the demolition were unaware of the mesh's significance, focusing solely on collecting steel and other materials. Acknowledging Murphy's explanation, Coroner Bourne reopened the case just 3 days after his initial conclusion. The discovery of the wire mesh, along with other suspicious findings, cast doubt on the original autopsy's conclusions. One such discovery was a large wooden breakfast bar found torn from a wall in the kitchen and dragged to block the chimney from inside the cabin. This raised further questions about who had torn the bar from the wall and the motive behind it, adding layers of intrigue to this perplexing case. The discovery of Josh's body in a fetal position inside the chimney, with his legs positioned above his head, baffled investigators. Coroner Bourne suggested it might have taken 2 people to place him in such a posture. Adding to the mystery, Josh's clothes were found neatly folded inside the cabin by the fireplace, as were his socks and shoes, while he was only wearing a thin thermal shirt, having had his other clothing removed either by himself or by a third party. Why would his clothes have been removed prior to heading outside the cabin, climbing onto the roof and going down the chimney? It simply didn't make sense. The revised autopsy report listed accidental death, murder, or undetermined causes as possibilities. Bourne maintained accidental death as the most plausible explanation, but Chuck Murphy disagreed, stating it was implausible for Josh to have entered the chimney with steel webbing in place. He remained convinced that foul play was involved. The police received multiple anonymous tips naming suspects and suggesting leads in Josh's case. One suspect, currently incarcerated in a Texas jail with a history of violent crimes, had been seen with Josh according to one tip-off. However, Coroner Bourne expressed scepticism, citing the lack of specific details and doubts about the suspect's ability to act alone in placing Josh in the chimney. In 2015, a Reddit post identified a suspect named Andy Newman, describing him as a former high school acquaintance of Maddox's. The post recounted Andy's involvement in violent crimes, including the murder of a disabled man in New Mexico and the alleged killing of a woman in Taos, with her body found stuffed in a barrel. Despite concerns raised to the police linking Josh's disappearance to Andy, little progress was made in investigating the connection. Witnesses even claimed to have heard Andy boasting about, quote, putting Josh in a hole. The police's response to inquiries was lackluster, and efforts to pursue leads went largely unanswered, leaving the case unresolved. The tragic case of Joshua Maddox's death remains clouded in uncertainty and unanswered questions. Despite the coroner's ruling of accidental death, numerous inconsistencies and suspicious circumstances surrounding Josh's demise cast doubt on this conclusion. The discovery of Joshua's body in the chimney of an abandoned cabin just blocks away from his family home raises troubling questions about how he ended up in such a precarious position. Signs of forced entry into the cabin, the positioning of the body, and the absence of a thorough investigation into Andy Newman's possible involvement only added to the sense of unease surrounding this case. Ultimately, Joshua's loved ones and the community are left dealing with the devastating loss of a young life and the absence of closure. The need for further investigation, pursuit of leads, and the search for justice persists, as the truth behind his untimely death remains elusive. Following the discovery of his remains in 2015, Josh was laid to rest in Woodland Park Cemetery, next to his beloved brother, Zachary. For a family to lose one child is heart-wrenching, but to lose 2 is incomprehensible. As they mourn the loss of both brothers, the Maddox family and their community continue to seek answers and justice, hoping to honour Josh's memory and find solace in the midst of tragedy. Bradford Warner Foley was born on the 16th of October 1972 in New South Wales, Australia, to parents Bernard Werner and Lorna Sue Foley, more commonly known as Sue Foley. Bradford was one of 3 children, or 4, as stated in a mandate document. He had an older brother and an older sister, called Bernie and Anita, respectively. Bradford, who was more commonly known as Brad, attended Carlingford Public School and was described by those who knew him as a good kid, who was, like many young boys, rebellious, mischievous, and well-spirited. Despite being told not to, however, Brad did converse quite happily with strangers. From 1976, the Foley family moved home countless times. At one stage, in a span of 2 months, the family had resided in 7 separate homes in the likes of Carlingford, Parramatta, Ryde and West Epping. In 1981, the family moved once again to Eastwood and in September of 1982 relocated to the northern Sydney suburb of Dundas, located around 6 kilometres away from their previous home in Eastwood, moving into an address on Warwick Road. On Boxing Day, December 26, 1982, Sue Foley asked her 3 children, Anita, who was 13 by this time, Bernie, who was 12, and Brad, who was 10, to travel by train to their Auntie Marilyn Cox's house, located in nearby Newtown, to borrow some money from her for some cigarettes. The 2 older children refused, Anita having slept in, and Bernie wanted to stay at home to play with his new toys that he had received on Christmas Day, but Brad was more than happy to travel to the city to see Marilyn. He enjoyed her company, and vice versa. Brad talked to her a lot about issues he was having and how his mother continuously ignored him. Brad jumped over the back fence of his Dundas home at around midday, heading towards the Gallaringi Reserve, towards the Eastwood train station, roughly half an hour walk away. His elder brother Bernie quickly followed suit, worried about his younger brother going off on his own, but by the time he reached the top of a nearby hill, his brother was nowhere to be seen. As the hours passed, Brad's family became increasingly concerned when he failed to return home that night. They initially presumed that he had stayed over at his aunt's house, but unbeknownst to them at the time, this was not the case. Nobody knew where he was. Following Brad's disappearance, local Eastwood police were contacted by Brad's mother and an unidentified male after Brad had not been seen for more than 24 hours. Police scoured the path in which Brad most likely took to the train station, but found absolutely no trace of the 10-year-old boy. Despite appealing to the public for assistance in trying to locate Brad, no significant tips or leads came in to the police. As further inquiries were conducted over the weeks and months that followed Brad's disappearance, an assistant at Eastwood railway station, who knew Bradford well, came forward to police and told them that they had witnessed Brad board a red Rattler train on the day in question. This was not unusual by any means. The Foleys took the train regularly to Newtown to visit Marilyn Cox. There was also an alleged sighting of the 10-year-old at a pinball parlour in King's Cross. However, this sighting could not be confirmed. Investigators also questioned a number of people who were part of a street kids group who told police about a paedophile ring operating in the area who would take runaways in and sell them through their network as slaves. Police did consider delving deeper into this lead in early 1983. However, the operation was abandoned after they decided not to put any of the lives of these street kids in danger. According to Bradford's siblings, the New South Wales police failed to give the family any support during the initial investigation into Brad's disappearance, and because of this, and the fact that police allegedly only searched one possible route in an effort to locate the boy, the family understandably became resentful of authorities. They believed that it was because they were of Aboriginal origins. The route which was searched was one the Foley children knew very well. They had gone along the paths countless times before, despite having only lived in Dundas for 3 months by this time. The route they normally took involved either walking along Mobbs Lane to Madison Road before turning into Hillview Road, where Eastwood train station was located, or taking Terry Road straight to Hillview Road and onto the station. Police allegedly failed to search any other paths or roads located nearby. The search for Brad was eventually called off, leaving the Foley family completely distraught. There were numerous tips and sightings of the boy called into police over the years that followed, but Brad was never seen or heard from again. Rather shockingly, in 2009, during the inquest into Bradford Foley's disappearance, it came to light that he and his siblings were wards of the state, and had been since 1977, when Brad would have only been 5 years old. This means that the children were placed in the legal custody of the state through a court order. Their mother, Sue, who had an extensive criminal past, had requested the children be put into a children's home, as she claimed that she could no longer support them. In this case, it's widely speculated that Bradford's mother, Sue, could have been involved in her son's disappearance. Sue had committed the likes of burglary, assault, and malicious injury. According to a number of witnesses, Sue was also regularly abusive towards her children. On one occasion, a neighbour witnessed Sue throw a fish tank at Brad, which smashed in the middle of the road, just missing him. And the aunt that Brad was travelling to see, on the day he disappeared, Marilyn Cox, claimed that Sue once burnt Brad's bed, and that Sue had told her in regards to this incident that, quote, "It'll teach the little bastard a lesson." A couple of years later, Marilyn was drinking in a Newtown bar when she overheard conversations from the locals about Sue, who used to drink regularly there. They spoke about how she allegedly chopped up Brad's body and buried him in the backyard of the Foley home. In her statement to police, Marilyn also claimed that Brad was terrified of Sue and that he would shake every time his mother would enter the same room as him before he would run out in a bid to avoid being struck by her. According to a Daily Telegraph article, Marilyn was quoted as saying, "I remember after Brad's disappearance, Sue called me and said she was happy that she only had the two of them, Anita and Bernie. She was glad she didn't have Brad." Further witnesses backed up Marilyn's statements, and Sue was a heavy drinker and was verbally and physically abusive towards her children, constantly throwing things such as books and ashtrays, beating them and bruising them on a regular basis, with Brad taking the brunt of this horrific abuse. Brad in particular was a very small and thin child for his age, likely malnourished, and furthermore, Marilyn stated that she never saw Sue cook any meals for her children. Whenever she visited, for example, all they would ever eat was sandwiches. On January 24th of 2002, police were granted permission to excavate the grounds of the Foley home in an effort to locate Brad's remains. Following these statements made by witnesses and a statement made by an 18-year-old clairvoyant who had previously lived at the Foley's address, Grant Austin, he claimed that he had experienced vivid dreams of Bradford having been buried beneath the home since around 1998, and he had noticed a shift in the dirt by the veranda, which had remained untouched during the time in which he had resided at the address. A search warrant was subsequently granted for the home a few months later. Despite sifting through 9 tons of dirt and rubble, along with sniffer dog assistance, nothing of significance was found in or around the Foley home. No bones, remnants of clothing, nothing. Detectives believe that if Sue was still alive today, she passed away in the mid-1980s, she would no doubt be a person of interest in regards to her son's disappearance, but at the time there was no evidence to suggest that she was involved. Therefore, she was ruled out as a suspect. Rather interestingly, it also came to light during the 2009 inquest that despite a number of Eastwood police officers being involved in this case, very few actually recalled being involved. Despite the family's concerns for Bradford's welfare, police logged the case as a runaway incident. However, this was altered later on, suggesting foul play most likely occurred. The inquest was held by former Deputy State Coroner Karl Milovanovich, who said that Bradford's disappearance should have been given far more priority than it was at the time. The inquest took place over a period of 4 days, with Milovanovich concluding from the evidence presented to him that Bradford was no longer alive, having died on the day he disappeared or a short time afterwards, murdered as a result of either assault or abduction in unclear circumstances. Milovanovich also criticised how missing persons cases were handled as a whole in 1982, stating that if the case had occurred today, the case would have almost certainly been reported as a suspicious death in the months following the disappearance, not 17 years as in this case. The case would have also been referred to a central agency or coroner, a system which was not in place at the time. The closing statement at the inquest reiterated that the investigation into Bradford Foley's disappearance would not be closed until the truth is found, whether Brad is found alive or deceased. There are a number of theories in regards to this particular case, however the most probable is abduction. The Foley family believe that Brad was abducted, most likely by a paedophile ring, or that he met up with a stranger on the train to Newtown. Modern detectives also believe that this is the most likely theory, though many others still speculate that somehow Sue Foley was involved, and even perhaps the unidentified man she reported her son missing alongside. Sue's ex-husband was also pursued for information, however it's unclear whether the police managed to trace him. Anita and Bernie do not believe that their mother was involved in Brad's disappearance, despite her violent tendencies and criminal past. According to Bernie, their mother spent 2 years searching far and wide for her son, taking his picture to local businesses to ask if anyone had seen him. Despite her many faults, Sue spent every pension check on searching for her lost son. At the time of his disappearance, Bradford Foley was 10 years old. He is described as being of Aboriginal descent, with brown hair and brown eyes. He stood at approximately 135 centimetres tall, with a thin build and a dark complexion. When he was last seen, Bradford was wearing a pair of green shorts, a pair of green flip-flops, or thongs as they're known in Australia, and a blue and yellow t-shirt reading the slogan, "Life, be in it." According to the Daily Telegraph, both Bernie and Anita faced their own demons following their brother's disappearance. Both got involved with crime, drugs, and alcohol abuse. Losing Brad took a huge toll on the family he left behind. A 17-year-old Anita raised her brother alone following their mother's death. All that Bernie and Anita want is closure. Not knowing the truth about what happened to their younger brother has left them in a state of emotional limbo. As much as they would like to believe that Bradford is alive out there, Anita and Bernie believe that Brad is most likely dead.
All they want is to bring his remains home to be laid to rest, so that they can finally start to rebuild their lives. There is currently a $100,000 reward being offered by the New South Wales government for any information leading to the whereabouts of Bradford Foley.
Tristan Tyne Bailey entered the world on January 18th, 2008 in Singapore as the youngest addition to Forrest and Stacey Bailey's family of 5. Her first 4 years unfolded against the vibrant backdrop of Singapore, shaping her into the spirited individual she was known to be. Renowned for her boundless energy and unwavering loyalty to her friends, Tristan was hailed by loved ones as a beacon of strength from an early age. Reflecting on her daughter's character, Stacey fondly remarked, quote, "She was just a powerful child that was able to give a lot to so many." The Bailey family eventually settled in St. Johns County, Florida, where Tristan flourished within the community. At Patriot Oaks Academy as a 7th grader, she made her mark as a popular figure among peers, adorning the role of both student and cheerleader with grace and charm. On the morning of May 9th, 2021, as the clock struck 9 a.m, the Bailey family eagerly anticipated celebrating Mother's Day together. However, their joy was interrupted when one of the Bailey children ventured into Tristan's room to wake her, only to find it empty. She had last been seen at around midnight by her sibling, after the family had returned from a day out. Concern quickly mounted as the Bailey family realised the 13-year-old schoolgirl was nowhere to be found. At around 10 a.m, they dialed 911 to report Tristan missing after a brief search of the nearby vicinity yielded no clues as to her whereabouts. Law enforcement and local volunteers scoured the area for any sign of the teen, but didn't find any trace of her. A Florida missing child alert was issued later that day at around 4:49 p.m. At approximately 6:06 p.m, a concerned resident returning from a run contacted authorities to report the discovery of a deceased individual by a retention pond in a wooded area east of the cul-de-sac on Saddleston Drive, a short distance away from the Bailey residence. At around 8 p.m, subsequent preliminary identification confirmed the tragic loss of 13-year-old Tristan Bailey, who had been victim to a violent and brutal death, having sustained approximately 114 stab wounds, 49 of which were defensive wounds. Tragically, upon discovery, her body bore unsettling markings, the word karma inscribed on the inside of her left ankle and a smiley face drawn on her right ankle. The origins of these markings remained shrouded in mystery, leaving investigators perplexed as to their significance and the identity of the individual responsible. Near the scene, a buck knife lacking a tip was recovered from a nearby pond. Remarkably, forensic analysis revealed a fragment of this knife lodged in Tristan's scalp, linking it directly to the crime. Further examination uncovered DNA traces on the knife, conclusively matching to the suspect, solidifying the connection to the harrowing events. At 8:49 p.m, a 14-year-old boy and classmate of Tristan's, Aidan Fucci, and his parents were taken to the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office to be interviewed in regards to the murder. In response, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office promptly terminated the search efforts. Tristan's identity was confirmed the following day after a long night of shocking developments. During their inquiries into Tristan's disappearance, authorities found CCTV footage showing Tristan walking in her neighbourhood approximately half an hour after she was last seen by her family at 12:30 a.m. Further CCTV, timestamped at 1:14 a.m, showed the cheerleader walking with a young male individual, who were seen again at around 1:45 a.m, heading east on Saddlestone Drive. At 3:27 a.m, camera footage captured from the same residence depicts an individual, allegedly Aidan, running in the opposite direction alone and carrying a pair of white Nike shoes. Shortly thereafter, subsequent footage captured Aidan re-entering his home, still clutching the same pair of white Nike shoes. Following Fucci's arrest, investigators conducted a thorough search of his residence at 12:44 a.m. on May the 10th, uncovering crucial evidence within his bedroom. Among these findings were a sheath belonging to a buck knife, a pair of wet white Nike shoes visibly stained with blood, a blood-smeared t-shirt, a white piece of paper bearing handwriting possibly tainted with blood, and a wet pair of blue denim jeans discovered within a laundry basket. Additionally, blood and dirt were detected on the drain in the bathroom sink adjacent to Aidan's bedroom. At 3:30 a.m, Aidan Fucci was formally placed under arrest on suspicion of second-degree murder and sent to a juvenile detention centre in Volusia County. Investigators discovered that Fucci had asked his friend for Tristan's phone number and convinced her to leave her residence to meet a friend in the early hours of that fateful day. Little did she know that she was being lured to her death. Following Fucci's arrest, a candlelit vigil was held in memory of Tristan at the South Darban Crossing Amenities Centre, which was attended by hundreds of local residents who were left shocked by the events of the last 24 hours. More incriminating and disturbing evidence came to light in the form of Snapchat photos and videos posted by the suspect. Following the interrogation, while seated in the back of a patrol car, Fucci proceeded to capture images and videos, sharing them on the social media platform Snapchat. Among the content shared was an image featuring the caption, "Hey guys, has anybody seen Tristan lately?" And in a video he audibly stated, "We're having fun in a fucking cop car." By Tuesday, May 11th, Fucci faced formal charges for Tristan's murder, despite adamantly professing his innocence. His inconsistent narrative regarding the events of that fateful night, coupled with compelling evidence uncovered by authorities, including his own DNA, ultimately led to his indictment and sealed his fate. The second-degree murder charge was upgraded to first-degree murder shortly thereafter. During a press conference held on May 27th, State Attorney R.J. Laritza disclosed disturbing details regarding Fucci's intentions, revealing that he had confided in friends about his sinister plans to commit murder by taking someone into the woods and stabbing them. Laritza further noted that Fucci had forewarned his acquaintances to anticipate the grim event within a month. Following these revelations, Fucci was transferred to Duval County Jail, where he was detained without bond. Furthermore, his mother, Crystal Smith, faced legal repercussions after being arrested for allegedly tampering with evidence, specifically by attempting to wash blood from Fucci's jeans. However, she was later released. A police report released by the St. John County Sheriff's Office in July 2021 shed further light on Fucci's disturbing inclinations. It revealed that he frequently spoke of his macabre fantasies of killing individuals, habitually carrying a knife, and expressed intentions to drag a random person into the woods to commit murder. Testimony from Fucci's ex-girlfriend, Sophie Baumann, corroborated these assertions, as she recounted instances where Fucci would brandish his knife and simulate stabbing her. Baumann also disclosed Fucci's claim of hearing voices in his head when experiencing anger. Shortly before the commencement of jury selection for the trial on February 6, 2023, Fucci made a significant decision, opting to change his plea from not guilty to guilty. In a letter, he expressed remorse for the anguish he inflicted upon Tristan's family and friends. Judge R. Lee Smith characterised this case as the most difficult and shocking he had presided over, emphasising that the heinous act was devoid of any discernible motive or justification. Instead, it stemmed solely from Fucci's internal desire to experience the act of taking a life. He had no motive whatsoever to kill Tristan specifically. She was simply victim to Fucci's bloodlust and sadistic curiosity. Charged as an adult rather than a minor, due to the extremely violent nature of the crime and the fact it was premeditated, Fucci pleaded guilty to the first-degree murder of Tristan Bailey. Following the trial, now 16-year-old Aidan Fucci received the maximum sentence of life imprisonment on March 24, 2023. However, after 25 years of incarceration, his case will undergo review. For the duration of the trial, a poignant and symbolic gesture unfolded as one of Tristan's siblings, Alexis, meticulously dropped 114 aqua stone hearts into a glass jar one by one, representing the harrowing number of stab wounds her sister endured. This jar remained a solemn presence as each family member delivered their heartfelt statements, concluding with the addition of a white stone, symbolising an aspect related to Bailey's untimely demise. In response to the tragic loss of Tristan Bailey, her family took decisive action by establishing the Tristan Bailey Memorial Foundation. This foundation played a pivotal role in advocating for legislative change within the state of Florida. Their efforts culminated in the enactment of a law that imposes restrictions on the disclosure of crime scene photographs pertaining to minors who have fallen victim to murder within the state. This significant measure aims to protect the dignity and privacy of young victims and their families during the aftermath of such devastating events. The case of Tristan Bailey's tragic murder has left an indelible mark on both her family and the wider community. Despite the profound grief and anguish they have endured, the Bailey family's resilience and determination have led to meaningful change through the establishment of the Tristan Bailey Memorial Foundation and the enactment of legislation aimed at safeguarding the dignity of young victims. While nothing can alleviate the pain of their loss, their proactive efforts serve as a testament to their unwavering commitment to honour Tristan's memory and ensure that her legacy continues to make a positive impact. Onslow Square is a prestigious garden square located in the area of Kensington, London. It is renowned for its elegant Georgian and Victorian architecture, characterised by grand terraced houses and stately facades. The square is adorned by beautifully landscaped gardens, providing a serene retreat for residents amidst the bustling city. Onslow Square has long been favoured by affluent residents and is considered one of the most desirable residential addresses in London. Its proximity to Kensington High Street and the cultural attractions of South Kensington adds to its allure, making it a sought-after location for those seeking luxury and sophistication in the heart of the city. In 1954, the Rennie family lived at number 59 Onslow Square, which is notable as having been situated just a few hundred yards from a hotel where serial killer John Haig, infamously known as the acid bath murderer, resided and planned his murders before his execution in 1949. The property was also within a 4-mile radius of the notorious 10 Rillington Place, where John Reg Christie murdered at least 8 people in the 1940s and 50s. The case resulted in arguably Britain's greatest miscarriage of justice, where Timothy Evans was hanged for killing his wife Beryl and daughter Geraldine, and was posthumously pardoned when it was concluded that Reg Christie had murdered them. Margaret Rennie, known as Maggie, was a former showgirl who was married to the British film star Michael Rennie, who was known primarily for his role as Klaatu in 1951 science fiction film The Day the Earth Stood Still. His other notable works included roles in productions such as Phone Call from a Stranger, The Lost World and The Robe, starring Richard Burton. Maggie and Michael, who had an infant son called David, separated in November of 1953, just months before an incident that would change Maggie's life forever: the murder of her 64-year-old widowed mother, Violet McGrath. In April of 1954, Maggie travelled to Paris, parting with her husband, who had travelled to Rome. Maggie's wealthy mother, Violet, known as Vi to friends and loved ones, had informed her daughter that her flat in Westbourne Grove, Orset Terrace in Paddington, was to be redecorated, and Maggie offered a bed for her mother at 59 Onslow Square whilst the renovations took place, an offer she delighted in accepting. Maggie stated that she would return to the property at Onslow Square on the 10th of May. At approximately 3 p.m. on the 10th of May, Maggie did return home. She was puzzled that the curtains were drawn at that time, and she further noticed that bottles of milk had not been collected from the doorstep. Holding her 14-month-old son, David, in her arms, dread washed over her as she met resistance from the front door. She found it was off the chain and unlocked. After forcing her way in, there in the hallway, she found the lifeless body of her mother, Violet McGrath. It was reported that she had met her demise in the lounge, with indications from indentations in the thick red carpet suggesting that her body was subsequently dragged into the hall and left leaning against the oak-panelled front door. One of Violet's nylon stockings had been wrapped around her neck, and initial investigations concluded that Violet had been asphyxiated, likely the previous night on the 9th of May, between 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Shortly after police arrived at the scene, the decorator at her flat in Paddington called to tell her that her flat was ready for her. However, instead, he was informed of her untimely death. Further examinations of the body found 2 sets of scratch marks on Violet's left thumb and right wrist, and because of how deep the scratches were, newspaper reports stated that police were looking at the possibility that Violet had been killed by a woman or a small man with pointed fingernails. A witness recalled seeing a young woman leaving the Kensington flat on the afternoon of Sunday the 9th of May, which supports the police's theory that the crime was committed by a woman. The witness account indicated that the woman had departed between 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. However, authorities noted that Violet was confirmed to be alive beyond that time. Described as approximately 35 years old, standing at 5 feet 5 inches with dark hair and a dark complexion, the unidentified young woman was reportedly attired in a printed dress, a short coat and flat shoes. Additionally, she was observed carrying a travel bag with white trim and a brown bucket-shaped shopping bag. On the opposing side of the argument, however, some investigators believed it would be difficult for a woman to strangle a person to death, more so after it was found that the stocking was tied into a reef knot, which struck police as odd. Police visited an inmate at Broadmoor who had the same modus operandi, however, no results came from that visit. A small amount of blood was found at the scene and determined to not have belonged to the victim. It was also concluded that Violet was unconscious before she was strangled. On the 12th of May, reports suggested that police were seeking a taxi driver who allegedly drove Violet and an unidentified friend to the Rennie flat on the night of Sunday, the 9th of May. Investigators strongly believed that the perpetrator was known to Violet, and it was noted that items of value such as her ring, a gold lighter, cash and a wristwatch had not been stolen. However, later investigations found that a pearl necklace of little value, along with some money, were unaccounted for. There were also no signs of a struggle or assault. However, strangely, a magazine was found near Violet's body and was opened at a specific page about fingerprints, which struck detectives as odd. The caretaker of the Onslow Square property resided in the room below, where Violet was murdered, reported hearing talking between Violet and this unidentified individual, which tended to occur most nights. Investigators were puzzled at how the perpetrator left the property, as Violet's body had been leaning against the front door, and there were no indications of unlocked or broken entry and exit points. Michael Rennie had been on a flight destined for the US to carry out some film commitments in Hollywood. However, he was informed upon his arrival in Shannon, Ireland, that his mother-in-law had been murdered. He felt there was not much he could do about the situation, however he chose to fly back to London to be with his wife. Investigators took a deep dive into the life of Violet McGrath, building a clearer picture of who she was. According to neighbours and friends, she was a sweet, charming and attractive woman with a bright smile and a unique purple streak in her silver hair. After routinely finishing watching television every night at 9 p.m, she would frequently go out and visit bars, pubs and clubs, sometimes until the early hours. She was a very sociable woman who had many friends, both male and female, who described Violet as a cheery person and the, quote, happiest woman on earth. At various saloon bars, Violet would frequently talk about two loves of her life, Maggie, her daughter, and her grandson, David. Basil de Moulin, the owner of a pub Violet went to almost every night, said that, quote, she was a delightful person, kind, intelligent, and thoughtful. Among her friends and loved ones, however, there were suspicions regarding her life behind closed doors, away from the bustling nightlife. Violet was known to regularly visit a pub named the Gloucester Arms, just around the corner from her flat in Paddington, and tended to return home at 11 p.m. She would normally return home in the company of another person and never in a group, which police found unusual. It was described by the media as, quote, a constant stream of visitors who came to her flat for reasons unknown. A statement made by the friend of an unnamed woman told investigators that Violet had seemed uneasy in the days leading up to her murder. Violet allegedly told the woman, quote, I'm frightened. Someone means to do me harm. It was reported police were following up on this statement, however any results, if there were any found, were not made public. At one point, police theorised that she was the victim of a skeleton key thief who managed to gain access to the flat. However, again, police couldn't get their heads around the fact that whoever committed the crime managed to escape the property unnoticed. The police also mentioned their search for an unidentified individual who allegedly requested the telephone number for Violet McGrath's daughter's flat at the Gloucester Arms pub. However, this number was not listed in the post office directory. The police scrutinised letters discovered in the flat from family friends, yet they concluded that none of the contents offered any leads to solve the crime. However, the letters did disclose Violet's association with a man named Larry, whom she had frequented public houses with in the final 6 months of her life. Authorities indicated that limited information was available about Larry beyond his connection with Violet. Subsequently, it was revealed that Larry had been located in Germany, where he was attending singing lessons, leading to his exclusion from the investigation. An 18-year-old art student residing adjacent to the flat where Violet McGrath was discovered deceased recalled that while she was in bed on the night of May 9th, that she heard abrupt banging noises past 11:30 p.m, followed by gasping and choking sounds. According to reports, she told police that it sounded as if someone was being murdered. However, she later retracted her statement, saying her comment was made in jest. Despite their efforts, police were unable to find a motive for the crime. According to Maggie Rennie, her mother had no known enemies. At the time, many homeless people wandered the streets of Kensington, and police did not rule out the possibility that Violet had become victim to one of these homeless people. An aircraft electrician became the main focus for police when he was found to have numerous abrasions on his hands, some which investigators concluded were fresh on the 9th of May, the last day Violet was seen alive. The coroner sought the professional opinion of a doctor, who said that the scars and fresher abrasions were consistent with having ripped off some sort of stocking suspenders, the statement of which the aircraft electrician strongly opposed. He stated that he was consistently getting marks and scars on his hands from his job. An actress came forward and stated a ring of hers had caused scarring on the aircraft electrician's hand. A painter and decorator claimed familiarity with the aircraft electrician for over 2 decades, stating that he had encountered him on Saturday, May the 8th, 1954, around 10:30 p.m. at a cafe located at the junction of Praed Street and Edgware Road. Additionally, he recalled observing Violet McGrath and the aircraft electrician in the saloon bar of the Gloucester Arms. The landlady of the Gloucester Arms stated that the aircraft electrician was a customer and had owed her husband some money. However, he had managed to pay it back. Police were suspicious of this, as £15 of Violet's money was unaccounted for. The aircraft electrician paid his debt of £2, 13 shillings and a sixpence on Monday the 10th of May. The verdict of Violet McGrath's inquest, convened on Friday, August 13th, 1954, concluded that she was murdered by person or persons unknown. 70 years later, the death of Violet McGrath remains shrouded in a veil of mystery. Albeit tinged with the passage of time, hope for answers in the case remains. In 1957, Robert Bobby Rasmussen, aged 13, and Gerald Montreux, aged 15, resided on Rocky Hill Road in Plymouth, Massachusetts, forming an inseparable bond as best friends. Though details about their lives remain scarce, Bobby's sister portrayed him as exceptionally self-reliant and independent, while Gerald's siblings attested to his intelligence, independence, and remarkable strength for his age. Both boys were regarded as exceptionally streetwise. On September 9th, 1957, following the conclusion of the school day at 3 p.m, the boys had arranged to meet up. They later made their way towards Warren Cove in Massachusetts Bay for a swim. Witnesses observed them carrying bundles of clothing as they boarded and disembarked from a boat anchored in the bay, seemingly preparing for a skin diving excursion. Approximately an hour later, another bystander reported hearing shouts or screams emanating from the beach area, though upon investigation, no individuals in distress were sighted. Curiously, at around 4:30 p.m, a different witness, who subsequently approached the police, claimed to have spotted two teenage boys resembling Bobby and Gerald hitchhiking nearby. As supper time elapsed without any communication from their sons, both the Rasmussen and Montreux families began to grow increasingly anxious. Charlotte, Bobby's mother, took the initiative to report her son and his friend as missing to the authorities. In response, local authorities swiftly initiated an extensive search effort. Despite their thorough efforts, however, no trace of the two boys was discovered. Shortly after the boys went missing, both sets of clothing belonging to Rasmussen and Montreux were discovered neatly folded on flat rock, situated by the edge of Plymouth Harbour. Sources differ on whether Bobby's mother or two police officers made this discovery. This finding suggested that the teens had probably gone for a swim and encountered difficulties. Consequently, in light of this evidence and the absence of any substantial leads, authorities speculated that the boys may have accidentally drowned, although a few investigators harboured doubts regarding this theory. The search persisted throughout the night with support from the US Coast Guard, yet, regrettably, no sign of the boys emerged. After 2 days of exhaustive efforts, the search was reluctantly called off. When authorities informed the Rasmussen and Montreux families of the likelihood that the boys had drowned, scepticism immediately arose. Bobby and Gerald were known for their sensible nature and ability to take care of themselves, making such an outcome seem improbable. Their sisters found it particularly peculiar that their clothes had been neatly folded, as it was unlike their usual casual behaviour of tossing them aside. Moreover, both boys were proficient swimmers. If indeed they had drowned in the bay or been swept into the Atlantic, the lack of discovery of their bodies raised further questions. Thus, despite the initial presumption, the case appeared far from being a clear-cut matter. The families of Bobby and Gerald later stepped forward with their own theories, suggesting that the boys didn't drown but instead orchestrated their disappearances. Both boys' younger sisters revealed to the media that their families faced considerable challenges and turmoil. According to Joyce Balint, Bobby's relationship with their merchant mariner father was strained, alleging instances of physical abuse, an accusation strongly refuted by their mother, Charlotte. Similarly, Gerald endured difficulties at home, including physical abuse from his father, who shared the same profession as Bobby's father. The families speculate that the boys may have staged their deaths to escape their troubled lives and start anew. Joyce and Gerald's sister, Raquel Rasbo, disclosed that the boys had discussed running away from home multiple times to evade their fathers and the turmoil within their households. They suspect that Bobby and Gerald had saved money prior to their disappearances, possibly to facilitate their escape. Adding to the intrigue, Gerald gave Raquel a ring a few weeks before vanishing, advising her to, quote, "just in case, you keep it," though the exact meaning behind this gesture remains unclear. Joyce remains unconvinced by the theory of her brother and his friend drowning, a sentiment echoed by Lenny Sullivan, a firefighter involved in the search. Sullivan noted that the location where their clothing was found was surrounded by large rocks, making it an unsafe area for swimming, especially considering the deathly cold temperatures. Additionally, the boat the friends were last seen in on the day they vanished was discovered on September 10th, yet details regarding its condition or any clues were scarce. Both families grappled with the devastating mystery surrounding Bobby and Gerald's disappearance. As years passed without answers, hope of finding them dwindled. The sisters revealed that their parents seldom mentioned the missing boys thereafter, and they themselves were forbidden from discussing the topic with each other. The anguish of uncertainty weighed heavily on both families, leaving them with more questions than answers about the fates of Bobby and Gerald. Charlotte Rasmussen explained, quote, "I always tried to hide it from them because I see what happens to children who celebrate death because they grow up and get depressed." In 2003, 46 years after the disappearance of Bobby and Gerald, Joyce and Raquel reunited and ventured to Flat Rock together, where their brother's clothes had been found. They solemnly tossed yellow flowers into the sea in memory of their lost loved ones. This heartfelt reunion was made possible when a man researching his family history discovered a lack of a death certificate for his distant cousin, Bobby Rasmussen. He had got in touch to find some answers. During their reunion, the sisters sparked renewed interest in the case by sharing their experiences with the newspapers. They opened up about the profound impact of Bobby and Gerald's disappearances on their lives and expressed their own theories regarding what might have transpired. Despite the passage of time and the passing of both boys' fathers and Gerald's mother, both sisters remained steadfast in their belief that their brothers were still alive and had chosen to vanish voluntarily to escape their, quote, tough-as-nails fathers. Their unwavering hope and determination breathed new life into the investigation, shedding light on a decades-old mystery that continued to haunt their families. Joyce told the press, quote, "In my heart, I've always known my brother was alive. If they knew the fathers are gone, if they know we do understand why they went, if they knew that we can forgive them, maybe they would come forward. The ultimate hope is that somewhere out there we will have two brothers that we'll get to see and touch." Raquel echoed a similar sentiment, quote, "I believe they are alive. If they still wanted to be apart from the family, I respect that, but we still love you and we miss you. The best hope would be that our brothers remember us, the sisters left behind that still love them." At the time of their disappearance in September of 1957, the younger of the two boys, Robert Rasmussen, was only 13 years old. Described as Caucasian with brown hair and brown eyes, little else is known about Robert, including his height, weight, or any distinguishing features. He was commonly known by the nickname Bobby. If still alive today, Rasmussen would be turning 80 years old. Gerald Montreux, Bobby's companion, was 15 years old at the time of their disappearance. Described as Hispanic, he had black hair and brown eyes, standing at around 6 feet tall and weighing approximately 140 pounds. Born in Bermuda, Gerald was fluent in both English and Spanish. Despite his young age, loved ones noted that he often appeared much older. If still alive today, Gerald would be 82 years old in 2024. Due to the circumstances involved in this case, both boys remain classified as endangered missing persons after 67 years. Despite the passage of time, the mystery surrounding Bobby and Gerald's disappearance continues to captivate those seeking answers and closure. Those with any information regarding the disappearances of Robert Rasmussen and Gerald Montreux are urged to contact Plymouth Police Department at 508-830-4218. On the frosty morning of February 4th, 2003, the residents of Mold, a market town in Flintshire, North Wales, woke to a scene painted white with snow, the air biting with winter's cold. At around 7:15 a.m, a local resident emerged from his Clayton Drive home intending to clear the light dusting of snow from his car windshield before heading to work. To his shock, he discovered the local postman lying face down on the pavement just outside his driveway, surrounded by a pool of blood. The postman had been viciously assaulted, struck over the head at least 7 times with an 18-inch wooden club crafted from a banister rail. The discarded club was found nearby, with the victim's DNA present on it. The extent of the attack was described as, quote, ferocious, leaving the base of the man's skull severely fractured and his jaw completely shattered. Emergency services rushed the victim, Paul Savage, to Wrexham Mailer Hospital, while police scoured the area in search of the perpetrator. However, the harsh weather conditions posed challenges to their efforts. Despite medical intervention, Paul never regained consciousness. Paul Savage, a 30-year-old married father of 1, originally from Sale, Greater Manchester, was described by his wife Charlotte as a caring, funny and loving husband, as well as a wonderful father to their daughter Regan. The family had lived at various addresses in Manchester, where Paul ran a pound store. However, he struggled with depression, weight loss, and dissatisfaction with his job, prompting the family to relocate to North Wales in 2002 for a fresh start. Upon moving, Paul found employment as a local postman, which brought about a positive transformation in him. According to Charlotte, her husband seemed like a new man, thoroughly enjoying his job and experiencing a renewed sense of purpose. Paul's newfound contentment led to positive lifestyle changes, including reduced drinking and smoking, as well as efforts to improve his fitness. His manager at the post office commended him as, quote, very nice, pleasant and reliable, reflecting Paul's dedication and positive attitude in his new role. On the fateful morning of his death, Paul adhered to his routine, waking up to his alarm at 4 a.m. as usual. However, he lingered in bed for an additional half an hour before rising, seemingly in a rush, likely due to running late for work. Commencing his shift, Paul embarked on his usual rounds, delivering mail while traversing the streets of Mold on foot and bicycle. Tragically, midway through his workday, his life was abruptly cut short. Reports surfaced indicating that shortly before Paul's demise, 2 young men in dark hoodies, estimated to be around 20 years old, were spotted near the vicinity where Paul had left his bicycle on Clayton Drive, precisely where his body was discovered. The presence of these individuals raises suspicions. Had someone been observing Paul as he carried out his rounds? Further reports emerged indicating that 2 individuals matching the description of those seen near the scene of Paul's murder were observed running along Clayton Drive towards the junction at Queen's Park shortly after the incident. Additionally, similar sightings of hooded individuals were reported in an alley connecting Beach Drive, Cedar Grove and Elm Drive. Amidst these sightings, a white Ford Sierra was spotted in the area around the time of the incident. However, neither the vehicle nor the hooded individuals have been identified or located to date. Local rumours also circulated regarding a potential altercation between Paul and some youths during his postal rounds a few days prior to his death. While lacking concrete evidence, these rumours raise questions about the possible involvement of the 2 hooded males in the incident, if the rumours are to be believed. However, without substantiated proof, it remains challenging to ascertain the veracity of these claims and their connection to Paul's tragic demise. Initially, authorities suspected that Paul Savage's death might have been the result of a botched robbery or a random attack. However, as the investigation delved into Paul's past, a more complex and sinister narrative began to emerge. Paul had a significant criminal history, spanning approximately a decade. 2 years prior to his untimely death in 2001, he had served a 9-month prison sentence for drug-related charges, specifically for possessing cannabis with a street value of £1 million and intent to supply. Following his release from prison, Paul, alongside his wife Charlotte and their 4-year-old daughter, relocated to the secluded village of Gwernafield, near Mold, Wales. It was here that Paul secured employment as a full-time postman with Royal Mail. This revelation cast a shadow of doubt on the initial assumptions surrounding Paul's demise, suggesting that his past may have played a significant role in the circumstances leading up to his tragic death. The investigation into Paul Savage's brutal attack involved collaboration between police units from both Greater Manchester and Wales, as authorities appealed to the public for assistance in solving the case. Despite offering a substantial £100,000 reward, no significant information was forthcoming from the public. In the spring of 2003, 5 individuals were apprehended and subjected to questioning, but all were subsequently released without charge. Detectives undertook a reconstruction of the crime in the hope of jogging someone's memory and eliciting further leads, yet this effort failed to yield any significant breakthroughs. By 2005, investigators claimed to have identified a motive for the crime, although they declined to provide further details. Speculation persists regarding whether Paul's death may have been linked to his prior involvement in drug-related activities or other factors. In 2010, forensic teams conducted searches in fields near the crime scene, recovering items of interest for testing. However, the results of these tests and their significance to the case remain undisclosed. Despite these efforts, Paul's case has hit a standstill, with authorities unable to uncover new evidence to bring his assailant to justice. The quest for closure for Paul Savage and his grieving loved ones continues, as the mystery surrounding his tragic death remains unsolved. June White, Paul's mother, remains steadfast in her quest for justice, tirelessly advocating for answers in her son's case. Her hope is buoyed by the possibility of advancements in DNA technology aiding in the resolution of Paul's murder, an optimism shared by law enforcement. In 2018, a forensic review prompted the reopening of Paul's case, which had previously been closed in 2009. This development reignited hope for closure and accountability in Paul's untimely death. Meanwhile, Paul's wife and daughter continue to deal with their profound loss, their grief compounded by the absence of resolution. Together with June, they cling to the belief that someday justice will prevail for Paul and his memory. Authorities emphasise the importance of public cooperation, urging anyone with any information related to Paul Savage's murder to come forward. Those with pertinent details can reach out anonymously to Crime Stoppers at 0800 555 111. As of 2024, there is a £20,000 reward for any information leading to the capture and conviction of Paul's killer, who to this day remains unidentified. The Isle of Bute, located off the west of Scotland, is a picturesque island known for its natural beauty and rich history. Its main town, Rothesay, boasts Victorian architecture and attractions like Rothesay Castle. Visitors can explore scenic landscapes, charming villages, and cultural landmarks such as Mount Stuart House. With opportunities for outdoor activities and cultural experiences, Bute offers a serene retreat for travellers seeking to immerse themselves in Scotland's coastal charm. But in the summer of 2018, the tranquil landscape of the Isle of Bute was marred by one of the most appalling crimes in recent Scottish history, casting a dark shadow over the island. Alicia Sarah MacPhail came into the world on October 22, 2011 at Glasgow Royal Infirmary. Residing in Airdrie, North Lanarkshire, she lived alongside her mother, Georgina Lochrain, and her younger sister, Courtney. Alicia was a student at Chapelside School and had recently completed Primary 2 before breaking off for the summer holidays. Described by her head teacher as a, quote, smiley and happy young girl, she cherished her time at school, particularly enjoying writing. Known for her love of gymnastics and baking, Alicia was a spirited and joyful child. Her parents had separated when she was 3 months old, with her father, Robert, residing in Rothesay, the main town on the Isle of Bute, along with his parents and girlfriend, Tony McLaughlin. Alicia would regularly visit her father and grandparents every other weekend. On June 28, 2018, at the age of 6, she joined her family in Rothesay for what was intended to be a 3-week summer break from school. On July the 1st, 2018, 3 days into her stay, Alicia was tucked into bed at her grandparents' seafront residence with a Peppa Pig DVD playing. Around 11 p.m, McLaughlin checked on MacPhail and observed her peacefully asleep. In the early hours of July 2nd at 6 a.m, Callum MacPhail rose from work, only to discover that his granddaughter was not in her bed and was nowhere to be found in the house. Concerned by her absence, as Alicia had never run away before and her bicycle remained untouched in the garden, Alicia's grandmother promptly contacted the police at 6:23 a.m. Meanwhile, the rest of the family initiated a search of the local area and began spreading the word about Alicia's disappearance. Her grandmother also took to Facebook, issuing a plea for assistance from the public in locating her. Police Scotland launched an extensive search for Alicia, mobilising various resources, including a helicopter to aid in their efforts. Concurrently, a Coast Guard volunteer combed the shoreline at 6:55, where he stumbled upon a kitchen knife near the MacPhail residence. Along with law enforcement, numerous members of the public joined the search. At 8:54, George Williams, a local resident who had seen a Facebook appeal from Alicia's grandmother, Angela King, alerted the police after discovering the schoolgirl's lifeless and unclothed body. She was found in a wooded area within the premises of a former hotel, Kyles of Bute, about a 15-minute walk from the MacPhail residence. Meanwhile, Alicia's mother, Georgina, who was 70 miles away in Airdrie, learned of her daughter's tragic fate through Angela's Facebook post before being escorted to the Isle of Bute. Following a post-mortem examination on July 3rd, 2018, it was determined that Alicia MacPhail had sustained a total of 117 injuries, a combination of those inflicted while she was alive and others possibly caused by vegetation. The examination revealed injuries to her neck and face, indicating forceful gripping, along with signs of smothering around her nose and mouth. Furthermore, her genitalia suffered severe, described as catastrophic injuries. The pathologist concluded that Alicia's death was the result of significant pressure applied to her neck and face. Following the findings of the autopsy, Police Scotland initiated a murder investigation. Chief Superintendent Hazel Hendren, the local police commander, emphasised the gravity of the situation, stating, quote, "Every available resource from across Police Scotland is being made available to this major investigation." Detective Superintendent Stuart Houston issued a compelling plea for information from the public, underscoring the importance of community involvement. The police swiftly mobilised, conducting searches at the MacPhail residence and intensifying patrols throughout the streets of Bute. House-to-house inquiries were made, and several parts of the island were cordoned off as forensic experts meticulously searched for evidence. Early on, investigators suspected that the perpetrator remained on Butte, prompting heightened surveillance measures. Jeanette Campbell, the mother of 16-year-old Butte resident Aaron Campbell, actively participated in the initial search for Alicia. Responding to the police's appeal for information, she reviewed the CCTV footage from the camera installed outside her home. To her shock, she discovered footage of her son leaving and returning twice during the hours in which Alicia disappeared. When she questioned Aaron about his whereabouts, he denied any knowledge of the case. Although initially satisfied with his response, Jeanette decided to report the footage to the police to dispel any suspicion. Little did she know that this footage would unravel the dark truth. Initially, Aaron Campbell was interviewed by Detective Constable Gavin McKellar and Detective Sergeant Stephen Hendry as a potential witness. He willingly cooperated with their inquiries, displaying no signs of apprehension or unease. During the questioning, he asserted that he had been purchasing and consuming cannabis during the time in which Alicia vanished. However, on July the 4th, he was arrested on suspicion of her murder. Aaron was born in Shrewsbury, Shropshire, England, on May 7, 2002. He moved to the Isle of Bute with his family at a young age. Despite experiencing abuse and mental health challenges, Campbell attended Rothesay Academy, where he was popular and active in social circles. However, he harboured troubling thoughts and engaged in risky behaviours, including contemplating extreme actions such as rape. In 2017, he sent a troubling Facebook message expressing a desire to might kill one day for the lifetime experience. Following an incident involving starting fires, he was enrolled in a rehabilitation programme. Campbell had connections with Alicia's father, Robert McPhail, and his girlfriend, Toni McLaughlin, but their relationship soured over time. Retracing Aaron's movements on July 1st into July 2nd were damning. On the evening of July 1st, Campbell hosted a gathering at his house, attended by 15 friends, during which he consumed alcohol. The party concluded before midnight, but at 12:30 a.m. on July 2nd, a friend returned and discovered Campbell in bed, expressing that he was, quote, suicidal. Campbell attributed his mood to arguments with his mother earlier in the evening. Concerned for his well-being, the friend offered to stay, but Campbell declined, stating his intention was to, quote, get stoned. Subsequently, he reached out to several individuals, including Robert McPhail, seeking to purchase cannabis. Despite unsuccessful attempts to reach McLaughlin by phone at 1:47 and 1:48 a.m, Campbell continued his efforts. With the intention of stealing cannabis, Campbell left his house at 1:54 a.m, armed with a kitchen knife. He entered the McPhail property, which was approximately a 5-minute walk away, with Alicia McPhail's room closest to the front door. It was common practice in Rothesay to leave the key in the front door unlocked, as local residents felt safe to do so. Upon finding the sleeping girl, Campbell saw what he perceived as a, quote, moment of opportunity, later admitting, quote, all I thought about was killing her once I saw her. He lifted the drowsy Alicia from her bed, exited the house unnoticed, and walked with her along the shore. Alicia woke during the walk and questioned Campbell's identity. He falsely claimed acquaintance with her father and asserted he was taking her home. Campbell then carried Alicia to a secluded location where he sexually assaulted her and killed her. After disposing of his clothes in the sea, he returned home for a shower before revisiting the murder site to retrieve his phone. Further evidence from Campbell's phone proved to be damning. Upon realising that Alicia was missing on July 2nd, Toni McLaughlin observed the missed calls from Aaron and attempted to contact him. At 9:01, Aaron responded with, quote, sorry, doesn't matter, accompanied by 2 laughing emojis. When prompted to be on the lookout for Alicia, he casually replied, quote, oh, damn, I'm sure she's not gone too far. Transported to a police station in Glasgow, Aaron opted to respond no comment to all interrogation attempts. The following day, he was formally charged with the murder and rape of Alicia MacPhail and was remanded in custody. Aaron Campbell made his first court appearance at Greenock Sheriff Court on July 13th, where he did not enter a plea. Campbell appeared in the High Court in Glasgow on December 10th, 2018, where he pleaded not guilty to charges of abducting, raping and murdering Alicia MacPhail. A trial was set for February 2019. A second charge of attempting to defeat the ends of justice was dropped during the trial. Due to his age, media were barred from reporting Campbell's name during the proceedings. The trial commenced on February the 11th, 2019, with Judge Lord Matthews presiding. The court was presented with CCTV footage obtained from cameras installed by Campbell's mother, which depicted the defendant leaving his house at 1:54 a.m. on July 2nd, returning at 3:35 a.m, and leaving and returning again for two brief intervals before 4:07 a.m. Additionally, footage provided by members of the public showed an individual walking along the shoreline at 2:25 and 2:26, seemingly carrying something in their arms. Pathologist John Williams testified that Alicia's feet were clean and uninjured, indicating that she had likely been carried. Aaron's mother confirmed that various items recovered from the beach after Alicia's tragic demise belonged to her son. Fibres from his trousers were found on Alicia's discarded pyjamas, and DNA matching Aaron was discovered on the beach clothing and Alicia's neck. Additionally, DNA matches were found on Alicia's face, body parts, and clothing. A cybercrime expert revealed that Aaron searched for information on DNA collection shortly after the crime. Furthermore, a 16-year-old girl testified that Aaron sent a Snapchat video claiming he found the perpetrator shortly after Alicia's body was discovered. Campbell claimed he was buying cannabis and searching for his lost phone on the night of July 2nd. He accused Toni McLaughlin of the murder, alleging she had a sexual encounter with him and planted evidence. Campbell denied ever meeting Alicia and refuted the murder accusation. He remained composed during his testimony, contrasting McLaughlin's alleged lack of strength with his ability to bench press. McLaughlin denied the allegations, expressing her love for Alicia. The trial lasted 9 days, with the jury deliberating for 3 hours before delivering a unanimous guilty verdict on the 21st of February. Lord Matthews described the evidence against Campbell as overwhelming and condemned his actions as among the most wicked and evil crimes the court had ever heard. Campbell remained emotionless upon hearing his conviction. Following the trial, a legal bid by media outlets led to the lifting of the naming restriction on Campbell, a first in Scottish history due to the unique nature of the case. Campbell returned for sentencing on the 21st of March, where reports from Dr. Gary McPherson revealed his detailed confession to the crime. Campbell expressed satisfaction with the murder and continued to harbour disturbing thoughts. Lord Matthews labelled him a cold, remorseless and dangerous individual lacking victim empathy. Campbell received a life sentence with a minimum term of 27 years, with the judge emphasising that reintegration or rehabilitation seemed remote, if not impossible. The judge dismissed claims against McLaughlin as false, asserting her innocence. Alicia's mother, Georgina Loughran, voiced her disdain for Campbell, advocating for a strict punishment. On September 10th, 2019, Campbell's sentence was reduced on appeal from 27 years to 24 years, making him eligible for parole at age 40 in 2042. Despite the reduction, the possibility of him never being released remains. Campbell is currently held at HM Young Offenders Institution, Polmont, and will be moved to an adult prison upon turning 21. A candlelit vigil honouring Alicia MacPhail was held in Rothesay shortly after her tragic death. Her funeral, attended by hundreds, took place in Coatbridge on July 21st, 2018, with her burial at Coltswood Cemetery. On May 25th, 2019, a pink memorial bench was unveiled on the Rothesay promenade. Nearly a year later, on June 20th, Alicia's primary school opened a playhouse built in her memory, adorned with artwork by students and funded by £22,000 in public donations. The MacPhail family participated in a memorial service at the school, featuring a song and poem dedicated to Alicia. Despite their profound loss, Alicia's family continue to honour her memory. Boone, North Carolina, nestled in the picturesque Blue Ridge Mountains, is a charming town known for its natural beauty, vibrant culture, and outdoor recreational opportunities. Home to Appalachian State University, Boone boasts a youthful energy while still retaining its small-town charm. Visitors flock to Boone for its scenic hiking trails, including those along the iconic Blue Ridge Parkway, as well as its skiing and snowboarding facilities during the winter months. The town also offers a thriving arts and music scene, with local galleries, theatres, and live music venues showcasing the talents of both residents and visiting artists. With its friendly atmosphere, stunning landscapes, and rich cultural offerings, Boone is a beloved destination for adventurers, nature lovers, and artists alike. On Thursday, the 3rd of February 1972, residents of Boone were tucked up inside their homes, wrapped in blankets and huddling by their fireplaces as they listened to the howling blizzard that enveloped the town. The storm gripped Boone fiercely, with the town being battered by 40-mile-an-hour winds and 4 inches of snow having settled on the ground as evening fell. Visibility was exceptionally poor for any travellers who endured the adverse weather conditions as they passed through the town. According to a news report by the Winston-Salem Journal, the Durham family resided on Clyde Townsend Road, a steep cul-de-sac situated off North Carolina 105 bypass on the western outskirts of Boone. The Observer mentioned that they had relocated to the town from Mount Airy a year prior. The Winston-Salem Journal stated that 51-year-old Bryce Durham, alongside his wife Virginia, aged 46, and their 18-year-old son Bobby Joe, relocated to Boone, where Bryce fulfilled his lifelong dream of establishing and managing his own car dealership, which he named Boone's Buick. Virginia and Bryce also had a 19-year-old daughter, Ginny Sue, who lived with her husband, Troy Hall, in a home 4 miles away. The family were known to be quiet and hard-working. On the evening of the 3rd of February, Bryce Durham was at the Appalachian Ski Mountain Resort where he attended a Rotary Club meeting. Because of the storm, many members were unable to attend the meeting, which was also to be in the company of the Green Berets, also known as the United States Army Special Forces. Once the meeting had concluded, Bryce left the ski resort in the company of a friend, and the pair headed towards Boone's Buick car dealership on East King Street, where Virginia Durham was working. Bryce's friend later told investigators that they both arrived at the dealership at approximately 8:30 p.m. It was reported that Bobby, who was said to have been a student attending Appalachian State University, had been at the premises waiting for his parents to reunite so that the Durhams could all travel home together. With no signs of improvement in the weather, Bryce made the decision to take himself, his wife and son back home in a green and white SUV, which had been parked in the dealership, as that particular vehicle would manage to trawl through the snowstorm and withstand potentially icy or partially blocked roads. Reports indicated that several of the Durham's neighbours witnessed the family returning to their home in the SUV at approximately 9 p.m. Troy Hall, the husband of Bryce and Virginia's daughter Ginny, returned home from his studies at Appalachian State University at around 10 p.m, with officials later verifying his presence at campus from 5 p.m. At 10:30, as Troy and Ginny listened to music, the phone unexpectedly rang. Troy picked up, and on the other end of the line was the voice of his mother-in-law, Virginia Durham, who frantically told Troy that she needed help as 3 men, quote, had Bryce and Bobby. Before he had an opportunity to respond, the phone line went dead. At first, Troy believed that he was victim of a prank. However, Ginny told him that her mother wouldn't dare to prank anyone. Troy darted for his car with Ginny by his side. However, he was unable to get the vehicle started. He went to his neighbour, Cecil Small, who was a private detective, for help. The 2 men, with Ginny in tow, managed to drive to the Durham residence. Ginny stayed in the car as the 2 men went to investigate. They were immediately alarmed, as the house appeared to be in a state of disarray, with clues to indicate that some sort of physical attack had occurred. Furthermore, a telephone had been ripped from the wall. Troy and Cecil then found the lifeless bodies of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby in the bathroom. At 10:50 p.m, Troy called the authorities to notify them of the discovery. Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby were all submerged in the bathtub, where the water was still running and had partially flooded a portion of the house. All 3 were fully clothed, with their hands tied behind their backs and their heads underwater. Autopsy reports revealed that Bryce and Bobby were first strangled and then drowned, while Virginia had been strangled before being placed in the bathtub. Rope burns were present on their necks and hands, and it was also reported that Bryce had been struck with a blunt instrument on his head, and Virginia had been hit by the same instrument on her face. Authorities believed that between 20 and 30 minutes had elapsed between Virginia's phone call to Troy and the discovery of the trio's bodies. A peculiar detail which emerged early on in the investigation was that the green and white SUV which Bryce had used from the car dealership that night was missing. Initially, robbery was thought to have been the motive, more so when the vehicle was recovered approximately 3 miles away, abandoned in a ditch, with, according to the Winston-Salem Journal, quote, lights on, windshield wipers slapping, doors closed, motor still running. Witnesses also reported seeing the SUV leaving the Durham home at approximately 10:30 p.m. Within the abandoned SUV was a pillowcase which held silverware in it, fueling police's belief that robbery was the motive for the crime. This theory, however, was quickly questioned, as a bank deposit box, which was located in the Durham house, sat untouched. It was thought easy to spot in the house, which left investigators puzzled as to why it was not taken. Authorities struggled in their quest to find those responsible for their deaths. The Durhams were not known to have any enemies, and there was no evidence to suggest that they were involved in any illegal activities. With no substantial leads, the case stalled, eventually becoming cold. Speculation emerged among some individuals, suggesting that the family might have become entangled in a failed car dealership scheme. 4 men were arrested in the following weeks, however they were all released without charge. Fingerprints were taken from the crime scene, however no matches were found. time marched on and no breakthroughs came in the case. Months became years, and the years turned to decades. However, in 2019, 47 years after the murders, hope was reignited. A man named Shane Burt arrived at the White County Sheriff's Office in Georgia. Shane was there to aid with research regarding true crime in the Peach State. Shane spoke of his father, Billy Sunday Burt, who he frequently visited in prison before his self-inflicted death in 2017. Shane disclosed to investigators that Billy once told him that he remembered, quote, killing 3 people in the North Carolina mountains during a heavy snowstorm, remembering that they almost got caught. After informing them of his story, White County Sheriff's Office made contact with the authorities in Watauga County, who subsequently followed up new leads. Further interviews shone the spotlight onto 4 individuals: Charles David Reed, Bobby Jean Gaddis, Billy Wayne Davis, and Billy Sunday Burt. The group were affiliated with the Georgia-based Dixie Mafia, described as a loosely organised network. Authorities believed this organisation had been involved in numerous violent offences in Georgia and throughout the southeast during the 1960s and 1970s. Among the 4 suspects, 1 remains alive as of 2022 reports. Billy Wayne Davis was 81 years old and was serving a life sentence for murder at Augusta State Medical Prison in Georgia. He disclosed that they received payment to carry out the family's murder during the blizzard. Additionally, he acknowledged that they were close to being caught for the incident. He asserted that he served as the getaway driver, while Billy Burt and 2 accomplices, Bobby Gaddis and Charles Reed, executed the murders. Once it was confirmed that the case was solved, Ginny Sue Durham, who lost her parents and brother that fateful snowy night and has since reclaimed her family name, said, quote, "I would like to thank all of the people who worked for decades on my family's case. I know that they sacrificed many days and weekends in order to work on solving this case since 1972. Despite finding the killers of Bryce, Virginia, and Bobby, the motive behind targeting the family and the identity of the person who ordered the hit remain a mystery."
On the morning of March 10th, 1993, a motorist passing through the eastern side of Lake Andes, a town situated in South Dakota, near the Missouri River and close to the Nebraska border, when they witnessed a chilling sight: a woman's body floating in meltwater between Route 281 and a railroad. The motorist called the police, who diverged on the area and carried out their investigation. The following morning, beneath 4 feet of water and 15 feet away from where the female's body was found, authorities discovered another body, which belonged to a male. Identifying the female was difficult, as the body was badly decomposed. However, a tattoo aided in their quest to name her. The man's body was in better condition, and authorities had no trouble in identifying him. The pair were Ruby Brugier and Arnold Archambault, a couple from Lake Andes who had been reported missing 3 months earlier. Arnold Archambault was born in 1972. From the Yankton Sioux tribe, Arnold grew up within the reservation, located in the southeastern portion of Charles Mix County, South Dakota. Following the passing of his mother when he was 13 years old, Arnold was brought up by his grandmother. By December 1992, he was residing with an aunt named Karen Tuttle, and he was employed at the Fort Randall Casino. During his time at Marty Indian School, he was a popular student and actively participated in basketball and was selected as a member of an all-Native American team to embark on a tour to the Soviet Union in 1990. Ruby Brugier, born on January 11, 1974 in Wagner, was also of Yankton Sioux heritage. Like Arnold, she was raised on the reservation and received her education in Lake Andes. Ruby and Arnold were never married. However, in 1991 she gave birth to their daughter, Erica Marie. According to her father, Quentin, Ruby was a gentle woman with a wicked sense of humour and was incredibly kind to everyone she knew. During the night of Saturday, December 11th, 1992, 18-year-old Ruby and 20-year-old Arnold and their friend 17-year-old Tracy Dion set out on a marathon of partying that lasted until the early hours of the following morning. By around 6 a.m. on the 12th of December, they found themselves back at Tracy's residence, where Erica was left behind. Tracy's father, awaiting their return, confronted them. Arnold inquired about retrieving Erica, but Tracy's father immediately noticed signs of alcohol consumption. He proposed that they entrust Erica to his care for the time being, suggesting they could retrieve her later that afternoon, a suggestion to which they acquiesced. Tracy assured her father she intended to accompany Arnold and Ruby, and they departed shortly thereafter. Shortly after, nearing 7 a.m, the trio found themselves at a three-way junction with US Route 281, also designated as US Route 18 and South Dakota Highway 50 at that location, about 1 mile east of Lake Andes. Arnold, assuming the role of the driver, adhered to the traffic signal. As he executed a left turn on Route 281, their vehicle encountered a treacherous patch of black ice on the road, causing it to flip and come to a halt just off the highway. The vehicle settled in a depression between the road and a former railroad, right of way, approximately 75 feet to its north. In an account later provided to the television show Unsolved Mysteries, Tracy recalled that although she did not witness Arnold exit the vehicle post-accident, he was nowhere to be found inside when it finally came to rest upside down. Throughout the ordeal, Ruby repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh my God," while striking the vehicle. Eventually, Ruby managed to force open one of the doors and escape. Tracy attempted to follow suit, but found the door shut, trapping her inside until rescuers arrived some time later. Both Arnold and Ruby deserted the vehicle, with Tracy inside, for reasons unknown. As dawn broke, law enforcement had already initiated a search in the vicinity. Despite the frozen terrain around the vehicle's resting place, authorities harboured concerns that Arnold and Ruby might have strayed somewhere and encountered problems in the icy conditions. Officers meticulously combed the frozen ditch, with one officer traversing the opposite side of the railroad tracks, speculating that the pair might have wandered towards the lake area, which was similarly frozen. Deputy Bill Youngstrom, drawing from past experiences, recounted numerous incidents where drivers and passengers were unaccounted for after accidents. Many of these occurrences involved revelry and alcohol consumption. Initially, his suspicion inclined towards the notion that Arnold and Ruby might have absconded due to intoxication, fearing legal repercussions such as Arnold's potential arrest for driving whilst intoxicated, a DWI. He speculated that they might resurface in a few days' time. Contrarily, Karen, Arnold's aunt, harboured doubts about Arnold's inclination to flee. She held firm in her belief that he would have either returned home or made contact to assure them of his safety. However, days passed without any word from him. Ruby's mother, Myrtle, echoed Karen's thoughts. She couldn't fathom why Ruby would remain out of contact with Erica and the family for such an extended period. She speculated whether Ruby might have encountered harm or faced obstacles preventing her from reaching out to them. Despite exhaustive efforts, law enforcement found no indication that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to hazards caused by the plummeting temperatures. Deputy Youngstrom, driven by a sense of duty, transformed the search into a relentless personal mission over the subsequent 3 months. He dedicated himself to exploring every conceivable lead, diligently pursuing clues day in and day out, yet his efforts yielded no results until the arrival of spring thaw. When Ruby and Arnold's bodies were found, the authorities were puzzled at the differences of conditions their bodies were in. Ruby's was heavily decomposed, and her clothing, except her shoes and glasses which were missing, had been frozen to the ground, whereas Arnold's body was the opposite, noted as being in fine condition and well preserved. The area itself had also been thoroughly investigated when police were informed of the couple's disappearance, which perplexed investigators when they retrieved the bodies. Autopsies were conducted in order to get answers in regards to their deaths. However, the findings only made the case more unusual. The absence of a clear time of death and any signs suggesting foul play baffled investigators. The coroner's assessment indicated that Arnold and Ruby had succumbed to exposure and had not sustained any injuries from the accident, leaving the circumstances surrounding their deaths shrouded in mystery. Deputy Youngstrom had been in the ditch area where Ruby and Arnold were found several times since Tracy alerted emergency services on December 12th, as had many walkers who regularly followed the path. However, he struggled to understand how the two bodies could have been missed for 3 months if they had been there for the entire duration. It was reported that the authorities believed the bodies had been elsewhere, then planted in the ditch. Oddly, a set of keys were found in Arnold's pocket, one of which belonged to a vehicle and 2 house keys. To this day, it has not been determined what vehicle and houses these keys were for. Furthermore, by the roadside, hair, which was determined to have belonged to Ruby, was found, yet it was strange that it had supposedly lain there for 3 entire months. Youngstrom believed that Ruby and Arnold were killed elsewhere, then abandoned in the ditch area. As time marched on, police received many tips from the public in regards to the deaths of Arnold and Ruby. 2 men, reportedly in a dark Blazer-style vehicle, were seen near the ditch in the hours leading up to the bodies being discovered on the 10th of March. However, police were unable to trace them. Believed to be a credible account, a witness reported seeing Arnold in a car with 3 individuals on New Year's Eve of 1992. The witness passed a polygraph test and strongly believed that the man she saw was indeed Arnold Archambault. A couple who were in the vehicle were later identified and brought in for questioning. They denied being in the car with Arnold, however both of them failed their respective polygraph tests. Although any polygraph tests should be taken with a pinch of salt, as they are notoriously unreliable. Additionally, 5 other individuals approached the police, asserting sightings of Arnold and Ruby subsequent to their disappearance. One witness attested to observing the couple entering a vehicle following the accident, which was subsequently observed travelling eastward. Another witness reported encountering Ruby on January 20th, more than a month post-accident, and 9 days after she was due to turn 19 years old, in the vicinity of Wagner, South Dakota. These accounts further complicate the timeline and circumstances surrounding the couple's disappearance, adding layers of intrigue to an already perplexing case. In September 1999, the FBI officially concluded their investigation into the case, determining no evidence of foul play and attributing Arnold and Ruby's deaths to accidental circumstances. Sadly, there were no official suspects in the case, leaving Arnold and Ruby's loved ones without answers. Ruby's father, Quentin, holds firm in his disbelief that they perished at the location where they were found, suspecting that they met their demise elsewhere and were subsequently placed in the ditch to cover the killer's tracks. Arnold's aunt, Karen, is also convinced foul play was involved. Both families harbour doubts regarding the thoroughness of the police investigation. Members of both families believed the case wasn't looked into thoroughly enough, in part due to the fact that both Arnold and Ruby were of Indigenous heritage, which in general is an enormous issue, particularly in America and Canada. Ruby's aunt, Sharon, stated, quote, "When a Native American is charged with something, it's pursued heavily. However, when a Native American is a victim, it's not pursued with the same perseverance." Arnold's cousin Mike took aim at the investigators, stating, quote, "It sounds like you're trying to cover your butt. It sounds like you didn't investigate in the first place." Karen Tuttle, Arnold's aunt, said, quote, "I don't believe the bodies were there because if they weren't hurt, they would not lay down and die." How did the bodies of Arnold and Ruby resurface in the very ditch where their car had crashed 3 months earlier? Was it merely a bizarre twist of fate, an oversight in the investigation by law enforcement, or could it possibly hint at something more sinister? A reward of $5,000 is being offered in hopes of shedding light on this case.
From the exterior, 3 Moorhouse Street appeared to be an ordinary home nestled in Willagee, a Fremantle suburb of the city of Perth, Western Australia. However, behind its walls lurked a dark truth. Over the span of 5 weeks in the spring of 1986, David and Catherine Burney kidnapped 5 women, sexually assaulted and killed 4, with the 5th managing to escape their clutches before alerting authorities of the killer couple's abhorrent crimes. David John Burney, the eldest among 5 siblings, was raised in Wattle Grove, a semi-rural suburb of Perth. Childhood acquaintances recall his family as troubled, plagued by rumours of alcoholism, promiscuity, and incest. Regular family meals were non-existent, with Burney's parents neglecting to cook for their children. Their home was, quote, notoriously filthy. During the early 1960s, Burney's family relocated to another Perth suburb. It was there that he met Catherine Harrison, his 12-year-old next-door neighbour, who struck up a relationship with him at 14. At the age of 15, David left school to begin an apprenticeship as a jockey at the nearby Ascot racecourse. While working there, Burney subjected the horses to physical abuse and engaged in exhibitionism. One night, he broke into the room of an elderly woman who stayed at the same boarding house as him, wearing only stockings over his head, in an attempted sexual assault. He was subsequently fired from his position at Ascot. In his adolescence, Burney had already been in and out of prison for various offences of different severity, and he and his siblings had jumped from foster home to foster home. As an adult, he struggled with addiction to sex and pornography, along with paraphilic behaviour. By his early 20s, he married and had a daughter. Catherine Margaret Harrison, born on May 23, 1951, lost her mother, Doreen, during childbirth when Catherine was just 2 years old. Tragically, her newborn brother also passed away 2 days later. Unable to care for Catherine in South Africa, Her father, Harold, who had abused her, entrusted her to her maternal grandparents who resided in Perth, Australia. However, at the age of 10, a custody dispute arose, leading to Harold regaining sole custody of Catherine. Despite her father's pleas, Catherine continued her troubled relationship with David Birnie, leading to encounters with law enforcement and imprisonment during her teenage years. Advised by a parole officer, she worked as a housekeeper for the McLaughlin family and later married Donald McLaughlin. They had 7 children, but tragically lost their firstborn son, Donnie, in infancy. In 1985, Catherine left her husband and children to be with David, legally changing her surname to Birnie. They then settled in Willagee, where David worked at a car wrecker's shop, which was a 4-minute drive from their residence on Moorhouse Street. The Birnies' neighbours often saw the quiet couple smoking cannabis, taking heroin, and abusing prescription drugs. David requested sex from Catherine up to 6 times per day in order to achieve regular gratification. David continued to commit theft and ended up behind bars again, during which time he developed a dark, twisted fantasy to commit rape and murder. Following his release, he asked Catherine to help him lure a potential victim to their home, and she willingly agreed. In September of 1986, David placed an advertisement in the local newspaper which read, "Urgent, looking for a lonely person, prefer female, 18 to 24 years, share single-room flat." Shortly after the ad was placed, the Birnies found their first victim. Mary Nielsen, a 22-year-old psychology student and part-time delicatessen worker at the University of Western Australia, crossed paths with David at a car wrecker's shop, where he offered her cheap tyres at his home, and the pair exchanged phone numbers. On October 6, 1986, Nielsen visited Moorhouse Street to take David up on his offer. However, David, accompanied by Catherine, subjected Nielsen to a harrowing ordeal, gagging, chaining, and sexually assaulting her. Subsequently, they transported her to Gleneagle State Forest, where David strangled her with a nylon cord and stabbed her under the mistaken belief that it would accelerate decomposition. Catherine aided in burying Nielsen in a shallow grave. 15-year-old, straight-A high school student Susanna Candy from Nedlands was abducted 2 weeks after Nielsen while hitchhiking along Claremont's Stirling Highway. Once she entered the Birnies' car on October 20th whilst leaving her restaurant job, Candy was bound and held at knife point. Initially, Susanna believed the Birnies to be trustworthy, as she felt reassured by the presence of another female in the vehicle. The Birnies then coerced her into sending reassuring letters to her family, stating she was spending time away to, quote, deal with her problems, before subjecting her to a similar ordeal as Nielsen at their home on Moorhouse Street. Following an unsuccessful attempt to strangle a resisting Susanna with a nylon cord, the Birnies forcefully administered sleeping pills. When they took effect, David instructed Catherine to demonstrate her love by killing Candy herself. Catherine complied, murdering Candy while David watched, later describing the emotions of her first kill as, quote, "I did not feel a thing." Subsequently, Susanna was buried near Nielsen's shallow grave, near a picnic site in Gleneagle State Forest. On November 1st, Nolene Patterson, 31, ran out of fuel on Canning Highway after her shift as a bar manager at Nedlands Golf Club. The Birnies pulled over and picked her up from the side of the road, Patterson having met them a few weeks prior when they assisted in wallpapering her house in Swan River. The Birnies took her back to their residence, a knife pressed against her throat, and David sexually assaulted her. Nolene was chained to the bed, gagged and repeatedly raped over the following 3 days, where she was held captive. David developed a likeness towards Patterson and was therefore reluctant to kill her on the night they abducted her. His emotional bond with Nolene resulted in Catherine harbouring immense jealousy towards their victim. When Catherine demanded David act after 3 days of delays, David chose to kill Patterson by overdosing her with sleeping pills and strangling her in her sleep. They buried her separately in Gleneagle, with Catherine taking pleasure in disrespecting Nolene by throwing sand across her face. Just days later, on November 5th, the Barneys abducted a 21-year-old computer operator and babysitter Denise Brown from a Stirling Highway bus stop by Coolbellup Tavern. Like previous victims, she was taken at knife point and assaulted at the Barney home, where David and Catherine forced her into calling her parents and telling them that she was okay. The next day, they drove her to the Nangara pine plantation, where David raped her in their car. Afterward, he sexually assaulted her again and stabbed her in the neck and chest. Believing her to be dead, they buried her in a shallow grave, but Brown unexpectedly sat up. David then struck her twice with a shovel and an axe before burying her again. On November 9th, 17-year-old Kate Moyer was abducted at knife point after accepting a ride from the Barneys after a night out with friends. Quote, "I've got the munchies. Have you got the munchies?" Catherine uttered to David, this being their secret code that they had found their next victim. David held a knife to her throat and coerced her into calling her mother, pretending she was staying at a friend's house after drinking too much. She hoped her mother would realise something was awry, as she didn't ever get drunk. Kate later recalled asking the Barneys if they planned to harm her, to which they responded, quote, "We'll only rape you if you're good." She was forced to dance for them and spend the night handcuffed to David's ankle in their bed, watching the Rocky film on VHS and smoking cannabis. She was then forced to shower several times before being raped again and was made to write goodbye letters to her family. David then administered sleeping pills. However, Kate hid them under her tongue and hid them under the mattress when the Barneys weren't looking. The day after David left for work, Catherine forgot to chain Kate to the bed when she answered a knock at the door. Kate managed to break the lock of a nearby window, but injured herself in the process. After seeking help from neighbours and being attacked by David's dog, she fled to a nearby vacuum cleaner shop and reported the incident. Despite initial scepticism from some officers, 22-year-old Constable Laura Hancock believed Kate's detailed account from the start, which included her description of David's distinctive mustard-coloured dressing gown, the chains tied to the bed, the Rocky VHS tape, and a hidden drawing within the residence. The Barneys had adopted aliases, but Kate discovered David's real name on a medicine bottle. Kate described both Barneys in great detail, David as having an abnormally long, hooked nose, and Catherine as a short woman with a permanent frown and high cheekbones. There was no denying that Kate had suffered at the hands of the Barneys. When police initially knocked at 3 Moorhouse Street, nobody answered the door. Catherine had gone out looking for Kate following her escape and was fearful of the repercussions from David after she failed to secure Kate's chains. She was arrested upon her return, and David was arrested at his place of work. Police found all of the items Kate had described within the Barney residence. However, upon their arrests, both Barneys gave conflicting statements regarding Kate. Catherine denied knowing her, whereas David said their interactions were voluntary and consensual. By that afternoon, homicide detectives believed the Barneys to be linked to the 4 missing women in the area and questioned them extensively. Detective Sergeant Vince Katich spoke with David and advised him to confess and disclose the burial locations of the previous victims, to which he agreed willingly without hesitation. Catherine was told of David's confession, to which she too admitted her guilt. On the edge of a pine grove in Nangara, near Pinjar, 30 kilometres north of Perth, the detective team made a grim discovery late that night. Among the trees, the naked remains of Denise Brown were found, having laid there for almost a week. Before sunrise, the homicide squad travelled through Perth and 80 kilometres south to another location in the Gleneagle forest. David initially struggled to locate the other 3 graves, but eventually guided them to a spot for digging. 2 bodies were found, later identified as Mary Nielsen and Susanna Candy. Chillingly, Catherine insisted on showing them the final grave. They returned to the highway and followed another track to discover Nolene Patterson's body, covered with gravel. Catherine, once again fueled by jealousy, spat on the body upon its recovery. On November 12th, Catherine and David Burney were charged with 4 counts of murder, 2 counts of aggravated sexual assault, and deprivation of liberty. Detectives began considering the possibility of additional victims and launched further investigations, specifically into the disappearances of Cheryl Rennick and Barbara Western, both of whom also vanished in 1986. However, earlier in the year, in May and June, 5 months prior to the Burneys' known killing spree. 12-year-old Lisa Marie Mott, who vanished in 1980, was also a possibility, but David's first wife gave him an alibi. Western's body was found in Carrigullen in 1991, however her killer has never been found. Both Rennick and Mott remain missing. The next day, a team of workers and excavators inspected sections of a drain near the Burneys' house on Harrison Street. Months earlier, bone fragments, shoes and women's underwear had been found by workers laying pipes in the same area. Despite a thorough search lasting for hours, no further evidence was discovered. In February 1987, Catherine and David Burney pleaded guilty to all charges during a hearing. Justice Alkin Wallace sentenced David to life in prison without parole, emphasising the premeditated and cruel nature of the crimes. Catherine received the same sentence, but with the possibility of parole after a minimum term of 20 years. Justice Wallace stressed that she should serve a strict security life imprisonment without exception. After the sentencing, Catherine Burney was taken to Bandy Up prison, resisting and shouting. In court, members of the public reacted strongly to David Burney, who chillingly responded with a smile and blew them a kiss before being escorted to the maximum security jail, Fremantle Prison. In 2016, Kate Moyer, the woman who managed to escape the Burneys, initiated a movement to abolish Western Australian laws mandating parole consideration every 3 years for convicts. By 2017, Catherine's youngest son, Peter, advocated for her execution due to the physical assaults he endured because of his association with her. Peter also aligns with Moyer's advocacy efforts. In prison, David's violent behaviour persisted, leading to fights and frequent stays in the infirmary. Eventually, he was placed in solitary confinement to avoid harm from other prisoners. Catherine regretted her actions, missing her partner and feeling responsible for their capture. Over 4 years, the couple exchanged over 2,500 letters from their jail cells. However, eventually their relationship dried up, and Catherine severed ties with David, in the hopes it would better her chances for parole. On October 7th, 2005, now 54-year-old David Burney was found dead in his cell 12A at Casuarina Prison, having hanged himself from an air vent using a sheet. According to officials, various factors led to his suicide, including incorrect supply of antidepressants after Catherine cut all contact with him, confiscation of the computer in his cell after pornography was found on it, and the fact he was suspected of sexually assaulting a fellow inmate. Following his death, Catherine was not allowed to attend the funeral. Nobody claimed his body, and he was buried in a pauper's grave. Catherine remains incarcerated and has had a number of parole applications rejected. She claims her actions were executed due to her deep-rooted infatuation with David and would stop at nothing to prove her love for him. The case was reviewed in 2009, and it was decided by the Attorney General that, in the best interests of the victims' families, Catherine would never be released, making her only the third Australian woman ever to have "never be released" written on her papers.